Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Market Prep. I hope everyone's having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible and amazing weekend. Good morning, Eamon, my friend. Welcome back.
Look who's back.
Newest father of BBT.
Yeah.
How are you, my friend?
Well, I'm doing really good. I'm learning a lot about risk management, mostly with sleep right now. And
risk to reward. Oh yeah,
exactly.
That's one
And
way
it
to
is
word
really
it.
interesting how a 2-week-old baby can literally run a full household. I mean, with strict rules, and we just have to comply to it.
Yeah. See? Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
We're trying to tell my son that as he's getting ready for his baby. It's amazing, eh? They're tiny, but they're vicious, man. They control.
yeah.
I
Everything.
agree with that. Yeah.
And it's all kosher until they become mobile, man. Once they become mobile and they start crawling, you'd be surprised how quickly they go from one corner to the next. So, yeah. But listen, I know you're gonna get tons of advice and things and everything, but enjoy it, man, because it goes like you don't realize how fast it goes. It's incredible. It's funny, over the weekend we're looking at pictures of my kids. And I'm like, where is this? This lasted feels like seconds how fast it went. So enjoy every minute of it. Take pictures, and then man, just have fun. Take the good and the bad. So awesome, man. Friends, let's take a quick look at our gappers list. Oh, that's a change. Wow, I think is that a change or gappers list brought to you by TradeTerminal.com. No, this color seems darker green today, or is it just me? Am I losing my mind over all the liquids over the weekend, or the green looks darker today? I think it does.
It does.
It does, right? You know, you look at this every day, you catch a little change like this. Probably not a big deal at all, but it does look darker. So, PLSN up 94%. We'll dive into all of that, and then some of the stuff gapping down, which is most things. We'll see what's driving stuff lower again. The market overall has been great. We've been finding a lot of great opportunities, especially last week. I'm hoping that can continue. But before we get into all that, some of our great slides that we missed are back. Just got to check to make sure there are no bulls on top of other bears and no stuff happening.
I made sure of that.
It looks good, so I can show it. Eamon, welcome back, man. Last week in 60 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, guys. So first of all, good morning again. I mean, it's been a while, and it feels good to be back. I'm sure Carlos and Peter did a great job with me being missing, that it probably was a nut spot that I was gone. Anyway, quick recap from the last week and weekend. And before I start, I actually enjoyed this research. I mean, being off for 2 weeks got me distracted. I didn't even know where the market is at, but doing this research just caught me up with everything. And when I do it on a daily basis, it's one thing, but after a gap, it feels a lot. Anyway, last week the market finished the week higher. It was not a clean risk-on week. The S&P closed around 1.2%, but the Russell slipped a little. So again, the market is not moving in one straight line. There are some parts that are strong. There are some parts that are tired. And the biggest macro story that we had last week was Iran. The ceasefire is basically at the point of the collapse again. And personally, it doesn't sound surprising, right? I mean, Iran attacked commercial vessels near the Strait of Hormuz, which got this thing up on fire again. The US responded with strikes at about 140 Iranian targets. Then Iran retaliated and shot some missiles across the whole Gulf. So the June deal, it's still technically ongoing, but as you can see, it's under a lot of pressure. And this is why oil is back into play, and this is why it's important this morning. You could have seen that on Friday, it was slowly settling, it was slowly dropping down, but after the weekend escalation, we gapped up a lot. So the first thing to watch today is very simple. Does oil spike and keeps going higher, or does the market treat this as another temporary flare up and we will see a pullback later during the day? Anyway, I think that answer is important for inflation and it is important for the whole market mood. And we'll see what's going to happen with that today. The second biggest story last week was SKHY Hynix, and I saw that Peter created, talked about it last week. So I'm not going to talk about it a lot. It made a huge US market debut. The South Korean memory giant priced at $149 and it raised about $26 billion and it opened around $170. I think this is important because SK Hynix, it's not just another chip company. It is one of NVDA's key suppliers. It is one of the most important players in the high bandwidth memory. So this listing is a direct test of investors for the whole AI memory trade. We want to see whether US investors still want to pay up for memory exposure or whether SK Hynix will start competing with MU for capital. I mean, these are a few things that are interesting to watch, and I'll keep an eye on that within this week for sure. The third story was Meta. Meta had a huge week. The stock jumped on a renewed optimism around the AI strategy, and we'll keep on that a look on that as well. I mean, I think that that Meta is trying to lower the cost of the AI infrastructure. Right, it was slightly dependent on NVDA and AMD, and now that it's going on its own path, investors like that, and that's why we've seen that huge gap. And finally, there were some good news over the weekend. Oman tried to bring back diplomacy. It proposed a small deal, basically a two-line solution to the Strait of Hormuz. There will be a southern road through Omani waters with free navigation, and then a northern road through Iranian waters that would need Tehran's approval first, obviously, but there will be no tolls, and that's actually the good news. So I'm not sure how that will play, especially with Iran insisting on the tolls, but that's some good progress. Anyway, let's move on to what to expect today. That actually took longer than 60 seconds. And today is light on calendar, but I would not call it a quiet market day. The reason is simple. The escalation is probably the first thing the traders need to watch today. It will add a lot of volatility. We know that over the weekend, this whole situation escalated a lot. Iran says the strait is closed. US says it's open. And I've seen a few memes. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, but it's all over Instagram or maybe just my feed, where there are some funny videos about Iran saying it's closed, Trump saying it's opened, and a lot of songs. So, it was funny. I don't know why it jumped into my mind right now, but it is what it is. Anyway, the second thing to watch is the yields. At 2 p.m., we will get the June Treasury budget. And normally, this is not the biggest market moving report. It's usually categorized as a low impact event. But right now, I think it is important because the market is already worried about the deficits, about treasury issuance, about higher yields. And the 10 years yield is sitting around $4.5 area, maybe slightly above it. So if the deficit number goes to the wrong way, it can add more pressure to bonds. And this is important because tomorrow we have the CPI. And the market already has two inflation worries. We have oil, and it's coming at a bad time before the CPI, and we have the Fed on the other side. So if yields also keep rising into the CPI, the tech may be under pressure and we might see a small sell-off. And if these yields stabilize, then the market can calm down for some time. And finally, remember that today is the calm before the storm day. Tomorrow we have the big day, as we'll be getting the CPI at 8:30 a.m. So today it's more about positioning than fireworks. Traders are asking, do I want to risk before CPI? Do I want tech before SML and TSMC? Do I want to trade before banks' earnings? Do I want to risk with all these Hormuz headlines that can hit anytime? And that's basically the setup. The bull case for today is oil cooling down, Oman corridor plan, gain some traction or some positive news and yields stabilize. And obviously, with that, the market might slowly drift higher into the CPI. The bear case is the oil spiking above the mid 70s. The Hormuz headline gets worse, and the 10-year yield pushes past 4.6%. And here, traders might start cutting risk before the CPI, and we might see the whole market pulling back or selling off. And we've seen the market gapping down. That might not be because of this. Probably it's because of the escalation during the weekend. And personally, my base case is somewhere in the middle. We might have a choppy Monday, not a lot of scheduled data, but a lot of headline risks. That's it, guys. Back to Peter and Carlos with the Peter with the calendar. If I forgot anything from there.
Nope, you're good. Good. Peter?
Nope, you're good. And like you said, not much going on. The calendar's pretty empty today. I got ads coming on though. Yeah, we've got a couple of Fed speakers, and other than the Fed speakers, nothing. So yeah, I don't think we're not really going to be seeing much impact on the market today from any type of economic data. Really, it's news if it happens, and of course, the gappers. So, and Carlos, interesting. I'm seeing different colors on my gappers. I wonder what I've done. I wonder what you've done.
We done nothing. We done nothing because I'm seeing it too. Yeah, something strange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, right, friends,
yeah, but nothing on this economic calendar. Empty.
All right, there we go, guys. All right, friends, let's kick it off with our gappers list brought to you with new colors from our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. You can head on over there, see tools just like this one and many more when it comes to market atlas, scanners, and simulators. So, and also where we host our funded account, which, by the way, we had a funded account winner last week, but they haven't emailed me. I went through my spam. I went through my inbox. So if you won last week, the email is carlos@baywoodtrades.com. We did hit 500 likes on Friday, so we'd love to do that again today. So we can give another one away. So friends, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Let's get to 500 and let's give an account away, a free funded account away very early this in the week. So all right, let's get to it. Gappers list. First one leading the way up 132, pulling back from the pre-market highs is as high as 1281, back down to 9. Low flow sitting at 3.8. So again, pretty low flow stock. PLSM. This is like Psalms. This is like the Bible short version of Psalms, right? Yeah. So it reminds you of that. Do I have that right? I think I do. PLSM. All right, Peter, what we got going on here? This is Pulse More. What's going on?
I've never heard of this company. Pulson More? Pulson? Anyways, I don't know. They basically, look, the headline says it all. They were selected for Israel's healthcare AI regulatory sandbox, which will give them a $1 million home ultrasound AI validation project. I have no concept of how that would work. How do you do a home ultrasound? I mean, I guess the AI would read the ultrasound, or, it feels like one of those scams, Carlos. You get those scams where they like hold your phone to your head and we will scan your brainwaves and see if you're, what you're thinking, or, I don't know, load this app and we'll tell you what your dog is saying, and anyways, maybe not. But however, they're going to
read the scan and tell you what's wrong.
I don't know. I mean, but you can tell the size of this company. It's a $1 million trial, and the stock is jumping. This is a company that booked $12 million in sales last year and has 63 employees. So I don't know that we should be spending a lot of time paying attention to this, but yeah, and it's definitely a short. Let's see, what's the float? Yeah, I see the float is like 4 million shares. So it's a high risk, low float. They've got a little contract, which is big news for them. Are we going to trade it? I personally, no, thank you.
So. Yeah, I don't see it here, guys. Very careful. This thing as it's going back up towards $8-9. So again, back and forth. Be on the lookout for that. All right, continue here. QTTB. And at first I thought, quantum, but it's not quite because of the name. Now, I didn't look into it, so I don't know what's going on with the store. But these guys are up 70%. Another low flow, 5.55 million shares traded. But Peter confirmed it's not one of the quantums because the name is Q32 Bio. It's the name of the company.
No, it's a biotech, and we've been saying for the last couple of weeks. Maybe it's because Eamon's been off. I don't know, but the biotechs normally on Mondays we get a lot of sort of sort of drug trial announcements. We haven't been seeing that, but this is one for this morning where they did have a phase 2A trial on their Signal AA. Alopecia treatment, and it looks like it's positive outcome. So another low float. This one's float's actually a little bit bigger on this. Interestingly, it's about 9.5 million shares. But same sort of story, right? You got to be careful with it. I personally am not likely to trade it. It's in play. I mean, like PLSM, which had 8.5 million shares traded. This one's got 6.5 million shares traded. So it's in play, but it's not the type of thing I normally pay attention to. But if you're a low flow trader, well, you got two options already.
Yeah, definitely low flow stuff in play active this morning. Both of those again in play, but not typically stuff that we trade. Let's take a look at the next one here. TTD is on deck. We are not a low flow, 418 million shares traded. This is the trade desk. And these guys, they barely move. How are they up so much? Okay, no, only 2.4. Only 214,000 shares traded. They don't get a lot of volume here, but these guys are up. And as you can see here, the daily is getting some activity. I don't think they really mean to be in play, Peter. I think the volume is too light. What's your thoughts? I think this is. I don't think they mean to be in play today.
I don't think they mean to be in play. They made an oopsie, and they just happened to be on the list. Look, yeah, they've barely squeaked on the list, right, in terms of the percentage change. And the number of shares. So you're actually right. There is not really any news on this, and they just squeaked over the line to get on the list here. So nothing. I have got nothing to report because there's really no news on it.
Yeah, we'll leave it alone. The other one on here that might be fun is SoFi. We have put this on deck before. We have traded it before. This morning they're up 2.4. With 2.1 million shares traded. So massive flow, obviously. In play this morning, trying to push higher. Pre-market activity looks better than what we just saw. But again, not the easiest trading stock as we see in the past. Daily's been climbing higher slowly. Peter, anything exciting today as we hit some of our recent areas of resistance prior to going back down into the recent low of support?
Yeah, I really don't see any news on this one either. So I'm not sure why it's moving. I mean, there has been some bullish sentiment on SoFi, thinking that they've got a good market position that they can capitalize on. But that was sort of like last week's news, and it didn't actually push the stock all that much. It was up and down sort of last week, ended the week higher, but trending downwards, if that makes any sense. Like it gapped up on Friday and then sort of sold off in the morning and then just held that for the rest of the day. So I don't know what's going on this morning. The volume is okay. I don't like the way SoFi moves most of the time, so I don't really spend a lot of time unless it's got something really, really strong going on. So today it's a maybe, but I unlikely I will be doing much. Be doing anything with it. God, I can't talk today.
It's Monday. We gotta crank those engines up. Yeah, so all good, my friend. All right, so yeah, I don't see anything special on it. So I'm gonna keep it off the list, friends. So nothing coming off our gap up list this morning. Pretty light so far. Yeah, well, if anything changes, we'll come back to it. But everything seems to be on the downside of things, not unalive. Yeah. On the downside of things this morning with the SPY moving a little bit. Die. As we are seeing things a little bit weaker this morning into the market. But again, I don't trust this drop, man. Too many times, we're talking about it in chat now. Too many times have we seen the market do this, and we open up and it's along the entire half of the morning. So let's see what happens. This market has been proven to be very resilient, very strong, even when everything news seems like everything is about to collapse. All right, friends, let's go to Eamon with our social post before we go to the gap. Actually, no, 1 second. Let me back up. Peter, let's go to you first. Anything on the gap up that you like that we haven't covered? Any earnings? Anything worth mentioning?
Well, not really, because the whole market seems to be pushing down for the most part. We got a couple of random things that are up, but I honestly think it's random. PLTR is green, Apple is green, Microsoft is green, but I don't see any reason, and they're not up by much, right? They're up than less than 1% in each case. So I think they just happen. Everything's sort of around to break even. These ones just happen to be on the green side. So yeah, the market is generally feeling a little red this morning, but like we've been saying, we've seen this so many times where it doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen when the opening bell rings. We could absolutely go higher and we'll get to it, but looking at the stuff on the gap up list, it also doesn't feel like there's big, strong negative news, right? So we
Yep.
could go either way. So anyways, yeah, I don't really have anything else that's worth looking at or that I can highlight. And it's so good to have these segments back. I look forward to them because they give little stories and frankly, anyways, thank God you're back, Eamon.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. It feels good to be back.
It is good to be back, to have him back here. Friends, before we jump into the gap down, let's go to our social polls with Eamon and what we got going on there.
All right, guys. So here is the debate for today. And by the way, this week is interesting. We are finally getting to the second quarter, and we are having an earnings season, and it will start tomorrow with the big banks. And Wall Street is expecting a lot. The S&P 500 is expected to grow earnings by about 23% year over year, and that's a big number. And if companies actually deliver, it gives bulls a very simple argument. This market is not only running on hype, it's running on earnings. And this is important because this market has survived a lot. It survived a hawkish Fed, inflation above 4%, a war premium in oil, Hormuz headlines, and still the S&P is near all-time high record. So if earnings come in strong, the bulls can say the market is expensive, but the profits are there. And that's basically the bull's case. And the banks are the first real test. Tomorrow we will get JP Morgan, Goldman, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and Citigroup. So basically, Wall Street decided to put all the banks on the same morning just to make sure that traders don't get coffee break. The bull case for banks is simple. Trading activity has been strong. IPOs have come back. SpaceX was huge. SK Hynix was huge. Volatility has created more activity. So if banks show strong trading revenue, strong investment banking, and stable credit quality, then the markets will probably get some confirmation that the economy is still holding up. But we also have the bear case, and it's also clear. The bank stocks have already had a really big run. The KBW, the bank index, it's up around 20% since late March. So the expectations are not low. And this creates a sell the news risk. If banks report good numbers, but management sounds cautious, the stocks can still fall. And that's why the calls matter more than the headline EPS. I personally want to hear what bank CEOs say about credit, about whether consumers are still paying, whether companies are still borrowing, about deposits costs and whether they're rising or not. What about the loan losses? Are they getting worse or not? Because banks can tell us what is happening underneath the economy before it shows up in the index itself. Don't forget that we also have the Fed problem. If the Fed is still hawkish and the market keeps pricing a September hike that can also hurt the banks in two ways. Higher rates can help the net interest income for a while, but if rates go too high, they can also hurt the loaning demands. It will also hurt the credit quality and the consumer overall. And the other debate, obviously, we have is the AI concentration. This is probably the most important bear argument for the whole earnings season. A big part of S&P earnings is and all this growth is coming from the AI chip. MU and NVDA are doing most of the heavy lifting right now, and that's great when the AI is working and when it's going to the upside. But it also creates a single point of failure. If we get ASML saying demand is slowing, or TSMC sounding cautious, or memory pricing starting to weaken, then the whole earnings story can just look less exciting and everything can dump down. Netflix will also tell us a little bit more about the consumer. I mean, overall, I think this season is going to be interesting. There is the bull case, there is the bear case, and obviously both have their strong points, and we'll see what's going to happen within the next week or so.
All right, awesome. Eamon, let's go right to our feature story as well that you have here.
All right, so the featured story is Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we've been having this for a long time. We had a nice couple-week break of it, maybe 3 weeks break, and it's back, right? And the pattern is just getting familiar. Ceasefire ends, talks continue, oil spikes, then oil fades. Then the market moves on, then another ship gets hit, and it's almost like a bad sequel that just keeps getting renewed over and over and over. But traders still have to take this seriously because this is one headline that can move oil in minutes. And here is the simple version. The June ceasefire, it's still technically there, but in practice, it is volatile. Uh, Last week, Iran attacked commercial vessels near the Strait of Hormuz, so obviously US had to respond with strikes on the Iranian military targets. Then Iran had to retaliate with drone and missiles attacks across the Gulf. So when people ask if the ceasefire is alive, the answer is on the paper, it is still alive, but in the market, as far as we can see, it's barely alive. And the biggest issue is still the Strait of Hormuz. Iran clearly says it is closed, and the US says Iran does not control it and it's fully open. And the reality on the water is somewhere in the middle. It's not completely closed because there are ships that are passing through, but it's clearly not normal. And you can see that just by tracking any data out there. Because shipping has slowed, some tankers are avoiding the roads, some ships are actually turning off the trackers, and insurance is more complicated. And that's important because oil does not need the strait to be fully closed to move higher. It only needs enough uncertainty for traders to price the risk again. That's why the Omanian proposal that they made during the weekend is very important. Oman is trying to split the strait into two shipping corridors. We'll have a southern corridor for through Omanian waters, and then the northern one through the Iranian waters. The southern route would allow the normal traffic, and the northern route would require Iranian approval. So it still has a say there, but they promised no tolls there. This may sound technical, but it's actually the most important diplomatic idea that we've had in a while because it gives both sides something. The US gets shipping moving, and Iran gets some face-saving control. And the market will get some rules, and market needs rules, right? This is why what the oil traders want the most right now. They need insurance, they need some rules to fix everything because tankers need to know where they can go, and the insurers need to know what they can cover, and the energy market also needs to know whether the crude can keep flowing or not. So the interesting part here is that even while the fighting continues, the diplomacy is still not dead. I mean, in simple words, if you think about it, Iran is saying or when the ship was hit on Friday or on Saturday, Iran did not admit that they actually hit it on purpose. They said that it was not the whole government, it was just some bad hardliners who are trying to blow up the talks. They did not apologize, but they did not take responsibility for it. So that means that they are also trying something, and this escalation is not going in their favor. So that's it for the featured story. Back to the gappers list with Peter and Carlos.
All right, Eamon, thank you so much. And we'll continue with the gappers list here, but it is coming up on 8:30, and Engineering the Market is going to start shortly here in our chat room. So as soon as I see Jared fire things up, we'll switch over to him. So Engineering the Market is up. There he goes. All right, guys, take care. Have a great morning in chat, and we'll continue here on YouTube and on X. And if you want to join Jared, head over to bearwithtraders.com, and you can look at all the memberships that get you access to the chat room to see Engineering the Markets live with our members, and followed by Andrew and Brian Train live. All right, take care, guys. All right, let's continue here, and yeah, let's go back to our gappers list. Gapping down, as we mentioned earlier, there's a bunch of more stuff on here, and also if you look at our SPY this morning, the weakness continues as we're dabbling with making possibly a new low on the SPY, right? So we're down just under 1%. Gap down list this morning, leading the way, JLHL. So JLHL, we'll start with that one. We saw this last week, right? I believe either gap in. I remember the ticker. We saw Julong Holdings sometime last week. You saw it. Back on the list again. Not really tradable. Again, I think there's better things to look at, Peter. I don't see anything fun on this one.
Yeah, I was looking this one up a minute ago. Am I on? Yes.
Yep.
I don't know why the microphone. I thought the microphone wasn't on. Yeah, and they didn't we talk about this? Maybe I just read about it. Anyways, this is a Julong Holding Limited, and they don't really have any news. They just apparently were, because it was up last week, they believe that there's some profit taking and it's moving down. Like there's not even business news that caused this movement here. So I don't even know what to make of this, Carlos. It feels like it was memeing. Really, that's all that was going on. It was memeing. So it's got a 1.2 million share float, so it's pretty easy to push this thing around, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Not worth watching. We'll find better things to look at. Yeah. First one on here. The next one is again our ETF. I'm not gonna go over. You guys know about this one, RAM. It just keeps coming up here, but it is an ETF that somehow has to float still in the recording there. AMIX is next, and these guys are down this morning. 11.4, 2.3 million shares traded. Autonomics Medical. So something automatically with medical. What's going on here? So
Autonomics.
Right, medical something. Can't see the last word there.
Yeah, Autonomics Medical is the name of this company, but it's pretty cool. I was looking this company up. I think, I mean, it's down today. I think just because it was up the previous 2 days. I mean, they got some good news this morning that they got a Canadian patent approved for their closed loop neuromodulation technology. Doesn't that sound cool? Anyways, they actually are trying to map nerves and figure out how they could intercept pain receptors to be able to manage pain. Their first trial target is pancreatic cancer, and they're going to try and intercept pain for this pancreatic cancer patients. Anyways, sounds like cool stuff. I'm not sure I like the term neuromodulation. I don't want people modulating my brain. But if I was in extreme pain, I'd be like, you know what? Do what you got to do, man. Shut my brain down if you have to. Anyways, but yeah, I don't know. It sounds like cool stuff. What's amazing to me is this market doesn't care about cool stuff. You could sometimes you could be doing the coolest medical discovery stuff in the world, and the market's like, I don't know. Do you have AI? No? Who cares? So anyways, they're doing pretty cool stuff, but I don't think this is tradable today, Carlos. It just doesn't look like it's moving enough. Even just look at the daily chart. I mean, that's a pretty ugly daily chart to think, yeah, I really want to jump in and trade this thing. So, yeah, I think we need to pass on AMIX.
Yeah, I agree with that. We'll pass on this one. Doesn't look great. Next is going to be SanDisk, and with SanDisk we cover a lot of these usual suspects: SanDisk, MU, and any of our tech. I mean, they're all on here today. I mean, Intel, AMD, they're all on deck this morning, and the list keeps growing. Right? Did the SPY make a new low? Is that what happened? The SPY did make a new low. So the list keeps growing as we get more volume and more things dropping further down. So here's the SPY again, continuing on some weakness. So Peter, as you look at SanDisk, look at MU, anything that sticks out today as far as something you're going to be watching on deck or any news related?
No, like you said, I mean, they're pretty much just all on here. You can pick any one of the chip stocks. This ongoing tension in Iran and the opening and closure of the strait. It causes supply chain issues, which is going to affect all industries, including the semis. And remember, these companies are valued on extremely high levels, assuming they're going to be able to ramp up production to meet all of this massive demand that is never going to end out there in the world. So there's a whole bunch of assumptions in those words I just said, right? The demand will never end, that they can ramp up production, they can actually deliver, but that means that they need, they need stuff. They need some of the stuff that comes through the Strait of Hormuz, and that affects global supply chains, which in turn, directly or indirectly, can affect chip manufacturing as well. So it's just, I think the market is pricing risk in this morning, and the semiconductor being so highly inflated is one of the bigger risk sectors, right? Everything needs to go very well for these valuations to be justified, and as the concerns ramp up, the stock prices typically drop, and that's what we're seeing again across the board. Again, big note of caution. The giant asterisk on this is once the opening bell rings, like we don't know what the broader market are. They think, is the broader market and the big money going to be agreeing with that statement and continuing to push stocks down? Are they going to think that it's maybe overdone in the early trading session? I don't know. I mean, we'll only find out together once the bell rings. So I'm just not going to assume that it's going to be a down day just because we're gapping down, because the market is down, what, 1.2% on the Qs, so on the tech side, and only about 0.4% on the SPY, which is that's a decent move for the market overall. But again, we've very easily seen this type of sentiment reverse at the opening bell. So, I'm going to play it cautious and just wait and see what the market gives us. But right now, yeah, all semis, all tech pushing down. And if that continues, then you know what to do. If it reverses, well, you know what to do there too. So,
yeah. We'll be ready either way here.
Yep.
And as far as what I'm going to add to my list at all is probably the usual, right? NVIDIA has been pretty good. MU, even if you're looking at MUD, which we have looked at last week, can actually trade very good. So we've been seeing MUD do okay. But again, MU has to be moving for it to trade very well, right? It has to really be moving, and then you're going to get a nice move out of MUD. Like we saw probably 2 trading days ago. This would have been either Thursday or Wednesday. Can't remember exactly, but you can see how well this thing moves if the underlying stock, which in this case is MU, is trending nicely. So that's an option as well. So pick your favorites out of all of these. For me, I'm probably going to do, as I mentioned before, NVIDIA, which is at a nice price tag. I would do AMD, but AMD is not the easiest to trade anymore, especially at this price tag of 500 and change. It trades,
No, it's not.
it's a little wild, Peter. And I know you know this more better than anybody else because you've been watching this stock since forever, and it's definitely different the way it trades now.
Yeah, it's not as easy. I mean, I still do trade it. I had a great trade on it last week, in fact. But yeah, it's not. You got to pick your spots much more carefully than ever before. So
yeah, I agree. So if you like AMD, that one's also one to look at as well. So NVIDIA for me right now, and then we can always add more as we go down through this list. So that kind of covers SanDisk. You got MU here. Intel, you guys know I'm not a fan of Intel, but again, it can trade well. So if you like Intel, put that on your list. CoreWeave, Peter, I know you've been looking at that one. Anything going on with that one today that you like?
I hadn't looked up any news. I mean, it's moving okay. It looks like well, look at this. CoreWeave said that Gartner has named it a visionary in their 2026 Magic Quadrant. I used to love that. Those Gartner Magic Quadrants. It's a great marketing thing for Gartner because people used to, like, if you make it into the right spot in the Magic Quadrant, you would pull this thing out in front of clients and add it to all your chart decks and say, "Look at us, we're in the right spot in the Magic Quadrant." Anyways, yeah. Anyway, but that's just a marketing PR thing. CoreWeave, it continues to trade well, right? It's one of those that has picked up its volume. It's been fairly consistent. It's not every day you want to get into this. Like Friday, I would argue, pretty bad day for CoreWeave on the trading front, just because it was choppy and it was back and forth. But it's still worth paying attention to just because it's got that sort of steady volume and it's got the opportunity for greatness every morning.
Yeah. All right. And other than that, I mean, the next thing I see on here is the Bitcoin stuff. CleanSpark. I see some other one on here, Mara and some stuff there. but MSTR, which has been pretty active as well.
Yeah.
Do you like any of these today, Peter? Are you gonna have any of these on deck?
Not really. If you remember on Friday, we were talking about that maybe it's going to be a good weekend for Bitcoin because Bitcoin was moving higher in the pre-market on Friday, and we thought, well, maybe it's going to have a good weekend because Bitcoin typically in the has liked to move overnight and on weekends. And we were sort of hoping that it would, raise its price. So it was going to about what 63,000, I think it was 63, 64,000 on Friday morning, and it never got higher. It just sort of moved sideways around the 64,000 mark for Bitcoin, and then early this morning it started to, or late last night it started, but through this morning it dropped back down to 62.5, which is where it's sitting right now. So a little bit of a disappointing weekend for Bitcoin. I was thinking that might get some movement over the weekend, which would give us some opportunity this morning, but it never materialized, and now it's dropped right back off. And sort of looking sad again. So I think that's why all the Bitcoin related offerings are on our gap down list. But it's not enough for it to be very interesting in the trading range. The 62,000. It's sat here for weeks on end. So I don't think we're going to get much out of this. It's not really that exciting.
All right,
So,
absolutely.
The other thing I was watching, just when I look at Bitcoin, I usually then go and look at sort of the Fed and what the Fed rate expectations to give me a different view, I guess, of what the market overall might do. Over the weekend, it's interesting. Over the last 48 hours, the sentiment has shifted slightly, about a 12% shift on the sentiment to go from a rate cut in the next rate announcement, which is coming up the 29th of July, just to remind everybody. So about 2 weeks from now, just over 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks Wednesday, to now that there's a greater belief, anyways, that there's going to be no rate cut. So Warsh was sort of talking aggressively in his first announcement, but now they're thinking the Fed might actually back off a little bit and hold the rate steady rather than cutting the prime rate. So, I mean, it's in part due to the fact that the economic factors are not looking as rosy as they were, right? I mean, when he spoke initially, there was a ceasefire in effect. It looked like we were going to get through this Iranian situation, and it looks like that's not the case. We're right back where we were 2 months ago. 2 months, 3 months, anyways, a while back. It's hard to keep track anymore. Anyways, but so yeah, overall it looks like, and that could be why we're gapping down on the market too. Like Eamon highlighted in his news, sort of his highlight from last week and sort of the social pulse items. You can't ignore the impact of the war. Yes, it's deja vu all over again, as they like to say, because we've been here so many times. But it sort of erodes confidence that this administration is going to be able to resolve this, to the delight of the markets, right? So we can get the economy sort of back working off of its own machinations rather than concerns over these geopolitical type tensions. So we'll just have to see what happens, right? I mean, we're here to trade the market, whatever it gives us. We can just watch, try and use the indicators as best we can, and figure out what the market's going to provide as an opportunity. But it does feel like, again, the analysts and the data we're getting is showing an erosion of confidence.
Yeah, and the more I look at this gappers list, I mean, everything is on here. So you could really pick your favorites. There's nothing that's sticking out. Just think overall the market is weak and these stocks are reacting. So pick your favorite. Circle of Renton is on here. SMCI, which I know a lot of people like to trade. Rivian was active last week. You name it, it's on deck this morning. Peter, we'll stop here with the gap down. I'm not coming off a lot with my list. My list only has NVIDIA today. We'll fill it up with some usual suspects. There's not a lot here sticking out saying, hey, put me on deck. I'm trading on my own catalysts and whatever. So we don't have a lot of that. But as far as the gap down, anything else you like this morning that might not be listed on here?
Everything's on here, so I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what else to point out. We haven't talked about Tesla or SpaceX. They're some of our go-to. SpaceX actually was sort of giving some interesting opportunity, and a surprising sell-off towards the end of the day on Friday. As I go back and look at the charts, it just sort of dropped and pushed itself, again well below. Remember that at 150 open price that it had. So I think that it feels like we've lost the level now firmly. This will be sort of the first day that we've really opened, the first day since it started trading, that we've really opened significantly below that 150. We've been in that range for a little bit of time, but this is the first day we're opening way below it. So, does that open the floodgates? Again, there's another big number coming out, 135. We have to remember and understand how important that is because, again, that was the strike price. And that's, whereas a lot of people were underwater as of 150 because that was the price that it opened at, right? And people were able to buy in as the sort of general public release number. The 135 is important for a lot of the pre-IPO investors who, that number will be important for them, that they'll be, at a point where they're now losing money on the stock. So, I look, this is exactly where I expected the SpaceX to go anyways. I do think there's more downside, but let's watch it. There's still trading opportunity in the short term, but if you want to invest, I would say wait a bit and see where this thing levels out. SpaceX is, I believe, going to go back up, but again, it's going to take a little bit of time. So let's wait. Wait. If you're, thinking longer term, in the short term, let's keep an eye on it because I do think there's going to be trading opportunity, both up and down, by the way, right? Just because I think it's going lower over the mid to long term, I still think there's going to be days where it's going to give you brilliant upward moves, and there's probably going to be some pretty drastic sell-offs. So, which means I want to watch it either way.
Yeah, we want to be there for it,
yeah.
For sure. All right, excellent, friends. Before we get to what you guys like this morning, let's go to Eamon. Eamon, welcome back. It's good to have you here in this morning sessions. But let's go to our fun fact of the day and see what you have for us there today.
Hi guys, so fun fact for the day. We have two for today. The first one is the Strait of Hormuz. Reuters said that only 6 vessels crossed the Strait of Hormuz on Sunday. And this was basically the lowest number in 5 weeks. And this is important because the Strait of Hormuz is one of the most important energy choke points in the whole world. And when traffic slows there, oil price pays attention. And you can see that on oil's price today. Basically, you do not need the strait to be completely closed for the market to react. You just need enough ships delayed or rerouted or invisible on the tracking system. Anything that could create uncertainty. And uncertainty adds risk to the market. So while everyone is watching oil prices on the screen, the more important number may be the ship traffic. How many vessels are moving? Are tankers turning off transponders? Are shippers willing to cross or not? I mean, this is the real economy version of the oil chart. Oil futures tell us what the traders think, but the ship traffic tells us what is actually happening on the water. And today in history is interesting. On July 13th, 1930, the first ever FIFA World Cup began in Montevideo, Uruguay. Only 13 teams played. Some European countries did not even want to make this long trip to South America, so the tournament that later became the biggest sporting event in the world started pretty small. I mean, there was no global broadcast machine, no massive sponsorship empire, no billion-dollar media rights, just 13 teams, a long boat ride, and probably a few people just asking, are we sure this is worth it? Uruguay won the tournament, beating Argentina in the final, and a global institution was born there. That is the market lesson for today. The biggest things rarely look obvious at the start. SKHY Hynix was once just a memory company in a cyclical industry. NVDA was once mostly just a gaming chip company. SpaceX was once just a risky rocket startup. And the World Cup started with only 13 teams in one city. The institutions that dominate an era do not always look dominant from the start. Sometimes they are just the ones that show up when others do not even want to make the trip. So take this lesson, remember it, and leaving you for the rest of the show with Peter and Carlos. Good to be back here, guys, and you'll see me at 11 a.m. here on YouTube later today.
All right,
All
man. Looking
right. See you
forward to
later.
it. And hearing some stories. I want to hear some stories of how's it going so far. So looking forward to that when we have Eamon later at 11. All right, friends. Let's continue here. Not a whole lot that's sticking out on this list. I mean, we have a couple of things that we like, but there's not really anything that I can say, hey, I love this, love that. Not the case today, Peter. So I'm probably going to be going with a lot of our usual suspects today and kind of see where those lead. But before we do that, let's go to you guys, see what you guys like this morning. We'll look at some stuff that might be on your list. Pull it up here and see what we think about it. So SKHY, I have it on my popcorn list, and not because it's a low flow ticker, because we just don't know. It's a new IPO, right? Peter gave us a heads up on this one last week. It did open up. It didn't really do much at the market when it IPO'd, right? So if you look at their day, here's their 5-minute last week. Kind of opened up, moved around a little bit, but didn't really do a whole lot. All right, so we'll see what it does today. Their second day here, they're down 10%. It looks like it's overall marketplace. So I have it there just to kind of see what it does, but I don't think I'm going to be actively looking for an opportunity on that one. I think there's some better ones for us to focus on. Let's see what else you guys like this morning. Let's take a look at that list here. What else, friends? Apple this morning. Yeah, Apple, as usual, doing, not usual, but seems that way, doing opposite of what the market is doing, right? Apple is actually in the green this morning, slightly. So, could be interesting. I'll got it on the list. I don't know if it's a primary, though. Apple's a little tricky. You kind of have to wait for the volume to come in at the market open and see what it wants to do. But, yeah, we'll put it on the secondary list since it's actually kind of holding here pretty steady at the moment. MRVL is another one that can trade very well, guys. It's down a bit here with the overall market. MRVL. And yeah, so down with the overall market 3.2. Again, it's just there's nothing. This is all just SPY overall market play. It's not really doing its own thing, right? So pick your favorites on which one you like here. Is MRVL tradable? Yeah, it is. We could put it on the list. What's the difference between SKHY versus SKHYV? You know what? That was a conversation we were having last week, and I don't know what's the difference. SK, let's look it up. SKHYV. Does that even come up for me? Yeah, it doesn't come up for me. But the one without the V does come up.
YV.
Yeah. I don't know what SKHV is. I'm not sure what that is.
I don't know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not coming up for me. But people were saying that last week, and I was like, you guys sure? Last letter Y will be removed. Did they open up? The V was for that one day. Really?
What?
I don't remember that.
I never heard of that happening, but I guess it
okay.
Could.
Okay.
Anyways,
well,
yeah, I mean that was an interesting. It was an anticipated IPO. Anyways, this SK Hynix, and it did open on Friday. Today will be the first full day of trading on it. Didn't really move all that much. I found on Friday, so for an IPO it was a little boring. Interesting that it's gapping down this morning. It did close a little bit lower, but still. Yeah, it's gapping down today. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We have no anticipation of what the volume would be like. 107 million shares on its first day of trading. I see we're already at 4.5. So, it might be interesting. There's just no data. It's tough to watch. I wouldn't normally recommend watching stock, to try and take a trade on it on its second day. Interestingly, I'm just noticing now it is shortable. Carlos, normally it takes a couple of days, but they're allowing you to short this thing. Yeah, the first full trading day out of the gate. So I don't know. Maybe
and
I'm gonna
plenty
watch it just
too.
It's
1.7 million. So it got plenty of inventory.
Yeah, lots
to
of
short
volume
in this one. Yeah.
So I think I might just watch this out of interest just to see what it does today.
And the V was the away team jersey letter. Yeah, I never seen that before, but it looks like they had a plan to eventually be Y instead of V. But yeah. That's what it is. Very strange. All right, friends. What else? So yeah, so we have it on deck. I agree with Peter. I don't know how tradable it's going to be. We have it here just to look at it, but I probably won't be focusing too much on it at the market open. So as far as it goes for me, we do have right now NVIDIA, SpaceX, MRVL, and I'm probably gonna put Tesla on here. Right, as the usual suspect. It can trade well. Other than that, I'm just gonna hold off to see what our moderators are gonna have a little later on because I don't really have anything that's sticking out that I love this morning. So far, you guys mentioning here, we did look at it earlier. The daily does look good. It looks like it wants to get going here. It's not the easiest stock to trade, but they are in play today with 2.7 million shares traded, and you can see that beautiful pre-market action as well as a very interesting spot here on the daily. So is it worth watching? Secondary, I think. I'm not a huge fan. But we've seen it trade well. We definitely have over a couple of days too. Like it'll be in play, and then the next 2, 3, or 4 days might be good. Today's trying to set up that way. We'll have to just wait how the market open reacts to this one. So, all right, and that's pretty much all I have. NVIDIA, SpaceX, MRVO, and Tesla. And friends, for those that want to learn more about swing trading, Brian does this beautiful newsletter. Not even swing trading. Maybe if you're day trading and you want to learn what the market is doing, Brian does this newsletter every weekend. So he did one yesterday as well. He puts a video together with just a lot of great information of what happened the week before, which would have been last week, and then what he expects coming into this week. So you can sign up for that. You head over to bearwithtraders.com and you can look up, scroll to the bottom. I forget on which page, but scroll to the bottom. You can sign up to Brian's newsletter and get all those details. So take advantage of that. But with that, Peter, let's go to our our events for today, for this beautiful Monday.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's a beautiful Monday. Usually on Mondays, that means that we have the opportunity to welcome anybody who's joining the chat room for the first time. Joined over the weekend, joined last week, want to get started and get kicked off, or maybe you've been here for a while and you're really just looking to put a sharp focus on what it is you want to focus on to get yourself going here as a trader. Monday is the day for that. We have 2 sessions that can help you out. Kyle talks DOS Trader Pro, so it's one of the key tools that a lot of us use, and it's provided if you've got funded accounts with us that you can use. It's a great tool. You see it on the screen every morning with the charts that we display. But there's a ton of configuration items in it, and it can often be confusing. So it's good to get some tips and tricks from those who know on how to use it. At noon, you have that opportunity. This is for all members in any membership class. Even on the little intro packages, you can get access to this webinar. And likewise, the webinar tonight, which is our onboarding webinar, which will give you an introduction to everything we have available in the Bearable Trading community, is a good session. So that's at 8 p.m. with Carlos. He's leading it himself. Hopefully you'll join him there. And even if you're experienced, join to just give some feedback and support to all of the new people who are looking to get their questions answered. So those are our 2 sessions for today, noon and 8 p.m. And if you want to become a member and you aren't right now, bearabletraders.com. We trade live with our members all day. It's also a great place for just to have the whole community surrounding you, right? They share trades, they talk what they're seeing, what's moving, what's happening. So bearbulltraders.com, go there and you can find out all about the chat room and how to get access and how to become a member yourself. So that's the information you need this morning. Go to bearbulltraders.com to get the right information. So there you go. There it is.
All right. Awesome, friends. Right, Peter. I'm not sure if you have anything else, but we're pretty early this morning because there's just not a lot to go over.
Yeah, there isn't. It is pretty slow. Like it just feels like not a lot is moving. And again, I'm very, very skeptical that this market is just going to continue down aggressively. It seems to be those days when the news just seems overwhelmingly negative that the market often has a way of reversing. And in fact, ever since 8:30, right, we didn't actually have any economic data that came out, but 8:30 is often that signal time where it can start to tell us what people might be thinking when the market opens. And we've started to move back up again. So we're moving down steadily to 8:30, and then the market did this little sort of reversal. I mean, it's not massive, obviously, right? We're not even back to the levels we were sitting at for most of the morning, but we're getting back there, and I think that's a positive sign that who knows, right? This market could go either way. So, Carlos, I'm going to watch the usuals. That's my plan for today. I think it's going to be a day of just watching the old usuals and just
Yep.
see which way they go. So that's the Teslas, that's NVIDIA, I still watch AMD. I'll keep an eye on Microsoft just to see what it does. I'm going to add this SK Hynix on the list just because it's its first full day of trading and see what it does. But I mean, being that we have no information, it's going to be very hard to predict. It's sort of risky to jump into this early. I'll just watch it to see what types of indicators it gives to me and how it trades. Is it going to be stable and sort of consistent? Is it going to be choppy and jerky? What's the spread going to look like? There's all those things that I just want to see on SK Hynix as we can start to get to as we start to get familiar with this new stock. So, I think just don't force anything. Let's not rush it. Let's see what we can find.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. As we kick off the week, see where things take us here. So I'm just putting my list together, guys. NVIDIA, SpaceX, MRVL, and Tesla. Yeah, Peter?
Now, there's also, as you mentioned, maybe you need to recover from your weekend. You sort of said you had a busy weekend.
I always need to recover. This is probably why my Mondays are my worst trading days. Probably because of the recovery from the weekend. And now it's not as much drinking and partying. It's more just the kids' activity, man. They start early, and we've been in the pool both days. The weather was amazing, and man, it's tiring. It's tiring. So yeah, I'm exhausted for having such an amazing weekend. Hope you guys did as well. Peter, anything exciting for you over the weekend?
I had a very busy weekend. We hosted a big family barbecue for both my wife's and my family on Saturday, so that kept us busy all day, and it was awesome. Right? We had I set up. Actually, I took my monitors here. I set it up to my laptop. We set that out in the backyard so we could watch the soccer games while we were out there. So we had the soccer games running, outside, sort of on the TV, while we had, all the friends and family over, and a good barbecue, lots of food, being able to talk with everybody. Obviously, with my son in town, that was the excuse and the opportunity, right, to get everybody over. So it was good. It was good, and it's that was busy, and then yesterday we went to a friend's cottage. So the kids, we went up for the day, and it was pretty awesome. So I'm actually all scratched up this morning because I was out swimming with the dog, and he's loves his water, right? But I like, anyways, he's my best buddy. But when we jump into the water, he's like, "Stop swimming on top of me." Right, and he doesn't mean it, but he's just swimming. But he's swimming and his nails sort of just scratch the crap out of you. So, anyway, so my
fun,
my
man.
chest,
Good.
my chest and my back is all scratched up because the dog was just swimming circles around me, swimming on top of me. I'm like, just go swim in your own space, dude. Yeah.
I love it. It's so funny. So this morning, my feed, and this is going to be very controversial. So again, just a messenger. Take it easy, guys.
Yeah.
I got the first feed on X. Always seems to be, because I go in there to set up the live stream for our X friends we're streaming there too. That's what we refer to. And you hear say, "Oh, the VIP room." That is the X room. We call it VIP just because there's less people there, right? Usually VIP areas tend to have less people. But anyways, first feed was the UPS driver, hitting a dog as the dog came running to him, right? So right away, I go to the comments to see, okay, what do people think and what's the feedback? Right. And it's tough. You got a big, it seems to look like a 45, 50-pound dog running to you. What do you do?
Yeah.
You know what you do? So this UPS driver, he threw the box at him. The dog ran away. The owner came, and he's ready to also put the owner down if the owner gets out of control. So it's a bigger dude. You can tell he's fit. But and the comments are like, the dog is right. I'm sorry, the UPS driver is right, or the owner is right, or he's wrong. It's like back and forth. But I love it how people are able to watch a video, not be in the moment, not understand that a dog bite hurts, and go one way or the other. Or I like the one that said, "Oh, he should have ducked down and put the box over him to cover him." I'm like, come on. So, it sucks. A dog, you tell a dog they get not hurt, but he got scared. I don't think he got hurt. He's too big of a dog. I think he's fine. Right. But you could tell that is not a pretty sight. But But if you have dogs, guys, just be careful. Like somebody coming to your house, they don't know your dog's intention if they're running towards you, that delivery person. So we want it to be a good transaction for everybody. We don't want your dog to get hurt. We don't want the person to get hurt. So just be careful. But yeah, that was the first thing I saw this morning on X. And it's just interesting how people's comments were. I'm on Teen Driver. Lock up your freaking dogs. Pat. Oh boy. It depends, man. Some people are team dog. So we'll see. We'll let you guys battle it out.
It's a tough one, right? Because I mean, like you said, you know your dog. Like I don't have a dog; it's my daughter's dog, but he's great, and he's a Bernedoodle. So yeah, he likes the lake, I think, because it's nice and cool in the lake. Although the lake we went to was very warm. It was so comfortable, like it was almost too warm. the water.
Yeah. You want it cold to cool down, and all you're getting is that warm water. Yeah. I get it.
So anyways, but yeah, he likes the winter, so it's one of those, like, in the middle of winter you let him out and he can go sit in a snowbank and he's completely comfortable. Like, you want to come in, and he just stares at you. He's like, "No, I'm good out here." I'm like, all right, dude.
Yep.
Anyway,
agreed. All right, friends. Again, nothing exciting today as far as the watch list. I'm ready to go. My watch is already made up of some of the usual suspects: NVDA, SpaceX, MRVL, Tesla. Secondary list: Apple, SoFi, and SKHY, just to see what it does as a full day of trading. So we'll have it here and see where it goes. We'll see what our team is watching over in the chat room. See what Andrew and Brian have this morning on their list, and we'll be ready to rock. But again, not a whole lot. Any questions, guys? Anything you guys have that we can answer today? Peter, any rants? Any good rants over the weekend?
I've had such a good weekend. I don't really have any rants.
Everybody behaved. So... No. Good.
Yeah. It was really nothing to complain about. So no.
Same here, man. Same here.
Life is good. It's summer. The weather's good.
Joshua, my good buddy, says dog bites do hurt. I was bit 2 years ago by a neighbor's dog. Yeah, it's a tough one. There's no right or wrong here, guys. There's no one way fits all. There's really not, And some of these places, they don't have fences, right? It's just like it's open, the front yard is open, goes out to the street, right? So it's no one size fits all here. And unfortunately, that it is what it is, right? So hopefully, we can come to that understanding. It's not an easy way to fix this problem. I can't afford to add anything else to my list. What about Netflix? So I'll look at it, but I don't know if I could add anything else to the list. And if I look at Netflix, I don't see anything great right now. But after earnings, that'll be interesting, man. Earnings already this week. So earnings already for Netflix. We'll see what happens after earnings, and they'll definitely be in play. They usually are a good earnings type company. As far not meaning that's going to go up or down. I'm saying just overall creating movement. We've seen that in the past plenty of times in the past before. So looking forward to that. But right now I don't see anything that looks awesome on it. What else do we have? Did you say cats? Cats. Yeah, cats. Are even pets? Can cats even be pets? They don't do nothing. Nah, let me not get started. I'm a dog guy. Let me not get started. They don't need you. A dog needs you. Cats, they don't need you. They're there because you provide shelter, and once in a while you give them food, and they just don't need you. But no, I'm kidding. Let me not get started there. All right, here we go. Peter, have you seen all the FIFA fans videos loving on America? I'm not sure why Ben is asking that, Peter. Did you say any comments that are?
I said I watched the soccer games this weekend, but
okay.
I know I'm not sure which videos you're talking about specifically, but I've seen some interesting videos where people were surprised at things in America. I'm not sure that Lebanon is the. Anyway,
yeah. I'm not sure.
No, so I guess maybe the short answer is no. I haven't seen those videos, but hey, like it's always an experience, right? Especially if you've got FIFA fans that are used to traveling to the different games and they experience cultures they haven't before. And the U.S. is surprising for the, if it's the first time you've been there. I got to say, even as a Canadian, it can be surprising going to the U.S. and just experiencing, the culture. It is different. It is very different. So, and you don't appreciate that always when you live somewhere, right? But yeah. Anyways, look, I think the more awareness that we have of each other, the better, right? Because it eliminates just that I don't know, the misunderstandings based on just lack of knowledge. So I'm all for it one way or the other. But we'll see where we'll see if it if anybody learns anything lasting from it. It's like a lot of
What,
these
from
things, right?
soccer?
No, just from the experience, right? Having a whole lot of Europeans visit the U.S. for a big event. Is the U.S. going to, be
I
maybe a little bit more of a soccer
I didn't.
nation in the
We didn't feel
future?
a change at all here, man. People were
Why not?
so concerned that it's gonna be crazy. It is. I mean, we get people all the time, right? We're in New York. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. This is normal to us. But they made it. Our governor made it seem like it was gonna be gridlock everywhere you went. Crickets.
Yeah.
Crickets. It's nothing happening. We're used to seeing people from all over the world here. So maybe in Kansas City, maybe that could be a
I,
little bit different there. But here,
well,
no.
apparently Kansas City's been dealing with it fairly well. I didn't realize how many big facilities they have there. So it's
Yeah, they got space.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's anyways, they got lots of stuff. But in any event, um
Yeah.
yeah, but I don't know. I mean, it's all good. That creates awareness.
It's all good. I know
One
locals
thing that
here.
one time.
Locals are mad here though, Peter, because I guess all the signs
Oh,
of stay off the road have scared even local people to go to businesses during match games. And they're saying we actually some places that are near the stadium, not on the stadium, but near, saying have seen a
okay.
decrease in foot traffic because I think the governor scared everybody away, say it was going to be too bad. So he's like, even locals are not showing up, and they're not close enough to the stadium to get the traffic, right? They all go to the American Dream Mall when there's games here.
Right.
This is massive. So it's interesting.
Huh.
Interesting. All right, you were saying, Peter?
Huh. That's interesting. I was wondering if one of the topics that came up this weekend, because one of the some of the nieces and nephews that showed up were talking about Taylor Swift, and saying that how there was just craziness in New York City with that whole wedding thing. I was curious as to, from you who's closer to it, did you see, and like because I guess I wasn't able to comprehend. Nobody could explain to me. Apparently, it was all frustrating because the wedding shut a bunch of streets down and caused problems. And I'm like, she held it at Madison Square Gardens. Like, if there's one place in the world and one city in the world that's used to having large events with all
Yeah,
sorts of
not a big
dignitaries and
deal.
people, like you got the United
Yeah,
Nations building there. How could she have
yeah.
possibly have affected New York traffic more than
No,
any of the other hundreds of events that happen every single year there?
there was more issues when the NBA finals were here. So this is not a problem. This is normal.
Okay.
People just like to
It's just
talk. It's
people.
this is yeah. People just it's normal.
Yeah.
Street closures happen all the time for less reason than this, and it's not a problem. There's
Yeah.
98 different ways to get to where you want to go to. So stop it.
Right.
Stop it.
So-
Let's move on. That's
Right.
crazy. But people, I know the people love to hate on Taylor Swift. Like, not saying your family was, but people love to, like, overall media. You have the group that love her and the group that's just whatever she does bad, man. They're just making a scene here. So it's not a big deal. It's fine. Perfectly fine. All right, what else, friends? I love John's comment. John says, cats are awesome, but if they were bigger than us, they would eat us. That's for sure. I agree. I agree. Cats have no loyalty, man. They will eat you so fast. They will eat you. You step in the house the wrong way or look at them the wrong way for too long, you're an appetite. That's it. Gone. Gone. So,
Okay.
oh man. But people love their cats. They're interesting
They
animals
do.
because you don't know what the hell they're thinking when they can turn and flip on you. They're very interesting. All right, let's see here. I only see Mike with his watch list so far, Peter. So we still got a few more to go before we look at that. But I think people are going to be on the same boat. It's just there's not a lot that's sticking out here that we can say, hey, this looks in play. This is what we're going to watch. So we might see a list of a lot of usual suspects today, or a very small list like we're seeing with Mike. Mike's list only Apple and AMD at the moment. So yeah, we're ready to go, man. I'm ready for this market open. We about 15 minutes and a half. Unless you guys have any questions. Also, make sure you hit that thumbs up, guys. We want to give away the funded account very early this week. Last week, we took until Friday to actually give the funded account away. So we got 500 likes. And let me mute this here. And what happens is then we cannot give away the other present, the other giveaway, which is the 1 monthly membership. So if we could give the Fundaway account today, tomorrow we could do the monthly membership for someone here in chat. So let's make sure we do that, guys. Right now we're sitting at 178 likes, which is okay for a Monday. But the faster we get to 500, the faster we can give that to you. All right, comments, questions. My cat woke up at 4 a.m. All right, see, I should have never started the cat thing because people are gonna go nuts now. I should have never went there. Let's see. Cats are a blast. My cat woke up at 4 a.m. today. Apple near all-time highs. Yeah, but you know what? He woke up 4 a.m. and guess what? You don't have to walk him. They don't care. No, you don't want to get walked. Apple. Yes, I do have Apple on the list.
Don't want to get walked.
No, I don't want to get walked. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. All right, Apple here, guys, near all-time highs. Yes, we do see that. I do have it on my list. I might actually move this up. This can actually be more interesting than some of the other stuff I have on my list, actually. Apple nearing all-time highs. That could be exciting. So this stock has been pretty strong, too, as well.
Just looking up Apple, there is some interesting news on it. Apparently, they've formally now lodged a lawsuit against OpenAI. They're suing them, alleging that they have stolen trade secrets, including by their hardware chief, Tang Tan, who apparently left Apple and went over to OpenAI. So this is often this happens between big corporations, right? When you take a senior people with you, and then the company says, well, they had trade secrets either in their head or in documents that they brought with them, and that's one of the reasons why a company would want to hire them, right? Because of their experience and what they've done. It's often tough demonstrating an actual trade secret violation because where do you draw the line between knowledge and experience that the person has gained and is part of them and who they are, and the actual, patented trade thing? Now, if you take a prototype copy under your arm with you and leave, that's one thing, but it's a lot harder when it's IP. So, anyways, it doesn't really matter to this morning where this lawsuit goes, but it might matter for Apple if people believe that Apple might have a case and could take on OpenAI in court. It also shows that OpenAI, remember, it's the upstart right here, and it's not publicly traded. It is it's one of these Sam Altman specials, and maybe this is a sign that it might start running into the juggernaut of corporate America, right? It wasn't a threat when it was just a privately owned, thing where, people were investing and it gets hype. The U.S., what I'm trying to say, like the U.S. businesses are okay with that because it helps with the whole hype cycle. It's different when they start like taking your contracts, right, or cutting into potential revenue streams. And basically, OpenAI is on the verge of that. I wouldn't say that they are yet, but the fight for AI supremacy is far from over, and it could be a sign that maybe OpenAI is not being accepted with open arms into different spheres. So the Apple lawsuit may signal other lawsuits, or it may just signal a lowered interest in doing business with OpenAI. So we'll see what happens. Did we lose Carlos?
Oh, no, I'm here. It's just unlike the movies where they could sip their cup and talk right away. I actually have to wait and swallow. You got these guys walking down the street with a cup of coffee from New York Cup right from the corner, and they sip, and then right away they're talking. I'm like, you can't do that. I can't do that. You have to relax, swallow, and then talk. So stop it with your empty cup. It pisses me off. Just take the cup away. Put something else in their hand, a newspaper or something. All right, here it is.
Okay. Newspaper. Then all the kids wouldn't know what the heck they had in their hand.
That's true. That's foreign to a lot of people. I'm gonna add Apple. I'm actually gonna move Apple up to the list. I think that I'm gonna watch it on one of my screens here. I think it's worth it because again, this near all-time highs here, I think makes sense, and it could be very interesting once the bell rings. So I'm just gonna move it up just to pay closer attention to it. But yeah, bad cup
acting.
It's annoying. Yes, it is. It is. Go ahead.
Random point, but to something you just said, there was a survey that I saw that had been done. Probably it's like five, maybe longer, 5 or plus years ago, where they were saying that there's a lot of people who don't, we're using a lot of legacy items now in our technology that
Mm-hmm.
people don't know what it is. So I'd be curious if they reran that survey. For instance, one of the items they did is the save icon, the Microsoft save icon, right? That's available in Excel or Word or PowerPoint. You
What do you mean
ask a
save
bunch of,
icon?
well,
What is that?
what's the save icon? What is it? Like you ask a 20 something and a good percentage don't know what it is. They recognize the icon. It's a diskette. It's a
Sorry. Sorry.
it's a
Okay,
three and
now
a
I
half
got you.
inch diskette,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
not it's not the 5 1/4. It's a 3.5 inch, the sort of the hard floppy disk, right? But the diskette.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ask people what is that, like what is it a picture of, they're like, well, that's the save icon. That's all they know it at. Like they don't know what
It's a
it
floppy
represents
disk.
because,
Yeah.
well, I mean, if you're in your 20s, why the hell would you know what a floppy disk is, right? Like, it's not
Oh,
like
you
you
wouldn't
ever
know.
saw one, ran into one in your real life. So, anyways, but
Yeah.
there was a whole bunch of these things that we take for granted, especially of I'll say our generation, Carlos. You're probably half a generation younger than I am, but that we just take for granted because we know what those things are, but people just know them for what they represent now, not the thing that they were. And
Yeah.
that happens in every generation, but now with the electronic age, there. Anyways, it'd be interesting to sort of rerun that survey. I'm trying to remember what some of the others were. They're actually very interesting when they ran through things, and I'm like, yeah, that's obvious. That's this and that's that. But then when they ask people, like again, the 20 somethings, I don't mean to pick on them, but anybody who's younger than when those things were in active use, they're like, I don't know. Like I know what I do with that. I use it for this function, but I don't know why I use that thing or why that
Mm-hmm.
image represents that thing. So, anyways,
Yeah.
it's
Good
so you made
point.
me
I'm
think of
sure
that when you
I'm
said
sure
that.
there's a lot out there like that.
Yeah. It's like I think it was they were showing pictures of things too. Like they showed somebody a rotary phone. Like they took the handset off and just the phone without the handset because the handset is sort of a giveaway. But if you just show something,
Mm-hmm.
they're like, I don't know what that thing is. Like people didn't recognize a rotary phone. Like imagine, like to me that's crazy. Imagine not recognizing a rotary phone. But I get it. I mean, I guess if you're when would they have run into one like that type of
No,
phone
never.
technology? They never
Yeah.
would have seen one in the wild. So
Have you seen and we'll do levels right now after this. Have you seen the videos on YouTube with the parents taking rotary phones, giving it to their kids?
yeah.
They're young, 13, 15. There's a phone, try to make a phone call, and how they actually try to figure it out. And they can't. They can't figure out the back and forth, whatever, hit the number.
Right.
And it's so funny how they try to like figure out how to do it. They don't know how to work. It's hilarious. So, but yeah, man, I'm with you. I'm
Okay.
with you.
Anyways, there you go. So,
Yeah.
all right,
Friends,
anyways.
let's get some levels in place. We'll be ready to go here in just about 7 minutes to the market open. List of usual suspects. And here we are. And NVIDIA, we'll start with that one. High of the day is going to be 208.78. The bottom, the low is going to be down at 205.92. So once you do that, you're set there. And I don't think you really need to add anything. Towards the bottom, you had all these highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. You have Friday's beautiful range, right, creating the high. And wow, it closed the high and the close right at the previous day close, so did not move. But you have that set there from last week, and maybe just in case you go higher, you got another really nice level. I mean, you can't beat this 214.03. You can see how much touches you have there. So I think that's pretty set for you there when it comes to NVIDIA. Let's look at SpaceX. And SpaceX making a new low here, friends, from its IPO open price, right? Still above that 135-ish, where it's the IPO price originally. But from the daily itself, making a new low here, finally giving in. They tried to hold this 150, was pretty strong. Gave away on that on Friday, right? So could not manage to stay above that. Only level you have to mark here is the low of the pre-market, 142.73. Once you do that, you're set. Highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, doing the rest of the work for you. As we move down to MRVL, I have this one on here. I know it can trade well. And we'll see what it does. It's downside 3.6, low of the pre-market 226.45, and the high is over just 231.10. So once you do that, you're set towards the top. Plenty highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. We've seen this stock trade very well, but not so much recently though. And I've been watching it more often than not. And I haven't seen anything great. So hopefully today we can see something out of it. Below that we do have 219.35, and that's pretty much it for MRVL. I do have Tesla on here, which by the way, it's just has been stuck on a very nasty range, but it's not a tight range. It's not a range where you cannot take opportunities. Like if you look at this range, if you look at this back and forth we've been getting for the last month or so, it is still sometimes $20 to $30. So that's not bad a place to be in. But we are seeing smaller days than we saw last week. You see that there, or the week before. Really nice big days. I mean, look at this one. This is what, 382. Let's call it to 410. I mean, that is a monster move. Another move here from about 326, we'll call it, down to 395-ish or so. These are really big moves. So it's getting smaller and smaller. Let's see what today brings. We do have a little bit of volume on here. High of the pre-market 406, the low of the pre-market down to 398. Once you do that, you're really covered by highs and lows of the last 2 trading days, given how much range this thing has had. So again, although not really trending like we've seen this thing do in the past, this range is still providing some good opportunities if we can spot them. So and again, in most cases, we've seen this a lot. Just a reminder, you have to be patient. A lot of stuff happening later in the day, in the morning. After 12, you're getting these great runs. So be careful in the market open if you're not seeing your opportunity. 317.48 on Apple is our high, and then our low is just below the previous day, closed down at 315 for Apple. All-time highs here. Did we make an all-time high today? 317.48. Is that it or no, guys? Let me go zoom in here. It's close. Unless we have something up here that's higher, it is pretty close to all-time highs being created this morning. So Apple even that much more interesting after. Yeah, look at the last month is coming back really nice here, really nice. And again, we had between April and June, we had just such an amazing time. After June, things have not been as sweet, and a lot of it is because of this. If you go back to look at most of the stocks you traded, you probably were taking advantage of this beautiful breakout that we had on many stocks, right? So things are changing a little bit lately, but still we can find opportunities. It just takes us a little bit longer and takes us a little bit more shots to actually, get our play here. But that's all I have. NVIDIA, SpaceX, MRVL, Tesla, and Apple. Peter, what's our team watching before we get to the bell?
Okay, good question. Our team is starting to put their list together. Kyle's going to be watching SpaceX and Tesla, as well as, of course, the overall scanners. Jared's got an eye on Intel this morning. He thinks it's a potential good play, as well as AMD. He's also got SpaceX and SKHY, SKHY on his list. So he's Eamon's going to be looking at Baba and SpaceX. And Andrew, who's trading live in the chat room, is going to be looking at AMD, SpaceX, Tesla, AGEN. I don't think that's one we looked at, Carlos, today. AGEN, what's up with that? Wow, a lot of volume. This looks like a low float. This has got to be a low float, right?
I don't remember looking at that. What is it? AE?
No, AGEN.
Oh, AGEN. Okay.
Ooh, this is not quite a low float. 37 million shares in the float. It got a ton of volume this morning. 47 million shares. I mean, it wouldn't have made our list, I guess, because it was it closed at less than $5 yesterday. So it's over $5 now. It's up 60%, but yeah, this is the high risk, low float. So, anyways, we'll leave that one to Andrew. I'm sure he'll let us know if it does something interesting. What else is Andrew watching? I said SK Hynix as well. So we're all interested in this IPO, I think, just to see what it does, right? If anything. So
yeah. I'm putting that AGEN on the popcorn ticker. That's a true popcorn ticker there, so be careful on that one. Yep.
Absolutely. So, anyways, that's what our mods have got. I've already mentioned my list. I'm going to be watching the usuals in Tesla, SpaceX, AMD, NVIDIA, and Microsoft. And then I'm going to watch SK Hynix to see what it does. And I put SoFi in another chart since I have room today. I don't think it's going to do much, but I'll keep it here just in case. All right, we got less than a minute now to the open.
Yeah, ready to go here.
I turned my alarms off. I turned these alarms back on. throws me off when they're not.
Yeah, turn back on. Ready to go. But you don't have them set Monday through Friday? Peter does not have them set Monday. Peter, you don't have your alarm set Monday through Friday, so you don't bother the weekend?
I don't. I mean, I do, but remember I wasn't here Friday because we had that emergency medical thing, so I turned them off.
Yes.
So
You
it
don't
wasn't
want
ringing
them.
in the doctor's office.
Yeah. Gotcha. Here it is, friends. Ding, 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 ding. And
All right.
here we go. All right, guys. Take it easy there. Let's wait for opportunities. See what NVIDIA's up to. 1 minute, 5 minute. And we are set.
All right.
Yes, game time.
Okay. Where are we going? Tesla moving down. Apple moving up.
All right. SKHY is not available on the funded account. Yeah, we just probably hasn't been set up yet. Give it a couple of days. I'm sure they'll add it on there. They might got thrown off with the SKHY situation. We've never seen that before. So I'm sure they'll fix it today or tomorrow. Look at Apple go, man. That's nice, beautiful breakout on Apple. Again, this market's been very rewarding for those that are taking stabs early, quickly, in scalping that 1 minute candle. So, but be careful. Not everybody's style is trading. Tesla, beautiful again. That beautiful drop immediately on Tesla. So if you're a quick 1 minute ORB trader or scalper, that was good there too. Come on, don't do that. Wow. Tesla's just gonna go some more. MRVL, SpaceX, NVIDIA.
Yeah, Tesla's threatening that 400. It did push through briefly. And Apple's looking at 320. Apple, though, and just be careful with Apple. It has a habit of there can be a whole lot of orders sitting at a level, and there's a whole lot of orders sitting at 320. It doesn't always go get it. It could just leave them there, right? And never quite make that level. So Andrew's actually trying it here. He's going long on Apple, and I hope it works for him. But Apple can be a little skittish that way. It doesn't act, I found, like a lot of other stocks.
I mean, my triangle's a little bit bigger. You guys can see them, maybe 6. I got not a complaint, but I got like a love note. Hey, can you make this bigger? Let's see if that works. It's hard to see when it's red on red, and I understand that. Yeah. All right, SKHY.
Yeah, a little choppy this morning, isn't it? Look at that. Up and down and up.
Yep.
All these engulfing candles on top of each other.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything I love, friends, here. Apple, MRVL. Nothing for me yet. I don't know, man. It does look like it wants to go here. So it popped up, came back down. This looks like a possible 1 minute ORB.
Apple looks like it wants to.
And yeah, Apple looks like it definitely wants to go.
But again, I said I've just seen it too many times where it just doesn't. Like you think it should. Most other stocks would. I mean, I'm not saying it won't. There you go. Okay, so it did. There you go. It got through 320.
Pushing. NVIDIA as well. So far, this market all green from the open, right? Because we've seen that many times where it things look weak into the market open, pre-market, and then right now we're seeing a little bit of a pop.
NVDA, the highs. Interestingly,
Right.
the markets are diverging. We got the SPY that's actually sort of popped higher at the open, and the
Yep.
Qs which are at the low of the day so far, which is not saying much. It's not a big move,
Yep.
but still, they don't look the same yet. So
I'm looking at SpaceX possible 5-minute ORB. I'm just concerned that there might be a lot of pressure to keep this higher than lower, but this candle looks great. On here. We'd love to get in closer to 142.40, but that might be asking for too much.
143.40,
All right.
you mean?
I am going. Yeah, sorry. What did I say? I'm not sure what I said. 143.40.
Yeah.
But I am short now.
Yeah.
I am short now. And for some reason got filled very weirdly. Don't know why. But I am short on SpaceX. So let's see. Short SpaceX, guys. Let's see if we can get. I made the triangles bigger. I don't think it made much of a difference, but do have them pink. So they can try to stick out. But I don't think that's really working. All right, let's see here. If we could get the drop on SpaceX. Let's see if Peter's right. Peter says it's going to go back down to $78. So
What? I don't remember saying that. What?
Let's see if Peter is right here. I'm holding for 78 is my first partial. All right. Because Peter told me so. All right, here we go, SpaceX. Let's see, 142. All right, come on, let's get it. You could do it. 142. That will make a very good first partial. Oh, it's going to get, level 2 looks great, guys. So market Atlas, level 2, that 142 there. I think we hit it. I was just not fast enough. I think we got right to it. 142.05. Let's see if we get another shot at it again. Still some orders down there. 142.11. Seems like we want to break down. So here it is. Here's the breakdown partial. All right, not bad. Not bad, Phil. Could have been better, but we take it. So partial here on SpaceX, guys. On the drop, 5-minute ORB. Oh, see, Peter was right.
Oh, man.
I knew it.
Carlos, look
Peter
at that.
was right. All right, let's go. All right, so another partial there on SpaceX, 141.50. That was a really good fill. Right at the bottom of the candle. And let's see how low we want to go here. So this is the lowest we've been. Let's go to the daily. So this is the lowest we've been. Yeah. So new all-time low here for SpaceX. Being created now. All right, so 2 partials in on SpaceX. Yama says SpaceX to 135 today. I don't know. I don't know. It won't shock me if this thing is back up. It just hangs around 145. So won't shock me. Wow, monster trade on Apple for those that took it, guys.
Yeah, it really did move, right? Once it broke that 320, it just went. So
it really did. And the only reason I didn't take it was because I'm with you, Peter. So many times we've seen it like reject that all-time high and just slam down. And on top of that, it was not really a setup for us there. Like I would have preferred more a short on that. Will be more attractive than the breakout at the all-time highs, but it worked. It worked pretty nice. So, all right, we're still short on SpaceX. Let's see if we could break this 141.40 level that we have down here. Getting a little bit of a bounce now. I think it's going to be a lot of resistance to take this thing lower. In Me guessing, right? I don't know if that's a fact, but it's gonna be a lot of support to want to push this higher, keep it above as much as possible. I broke my rule on Apple. I opened a trade 3 minutes before the market open at 316.44. Okay. And make sure that's on your journal. Did you make money on it though? Not saying that changes anything, but still note that you did a violation there on your journal. What's going on with Rivian? Rivian looking to break the previous day close. Yeah, Ham, I could see a possible breakout here on Rivian. I don't like the volume as much, but I could see that possible play there. All right, here we go, SpaceX. Let's see if we have it in us to go down to 141, excuse me, 141. SPY is also breaking down. Let's see if we can get a play here. Oh. We're ready for it. Oh, wow. SPY. I'm trying to be patient, but not greedy. Okay, here we go. That's the partial. Oh, man. Let's go. Not bad for a Monday.
Wow,
Usually I
Carlos,
suck on
you
Mondays.
got a good move
Mondays
on this.
Mondays are horrible, but this is nice. We'll take this. Oh man, great move on SpaceX. Down to 140. Man, people gotta be. I could imagine anybody that felt the FOMO and bought long term for 200, right? What's the 200? What's one? Yeah, 200, 215. You're not happy with this right here. But again, long term is a whole different story. Who knows? Long term, for all we know, this could be back up there. It's just how long. How long? Elon is losing a lot of money today. A lot of value, a lot of equity. Is he not no longer a trillionaire?
Huh. Oh, poor guy.
Yeah,
That's
feel so
we
bad
were
for him.
talking about that this weekend, and something said, yeah, oh, my wife said, oh, but he's no longer a trillionaire, I heard. I'm like, okay, so yeah, he's just a poor little 900 billionaire, right? So, poor guy.
Boy. Agreed. Thank you, Candy. We need a go. That is great. I love that. We need a GoFundMe account for Musk to get him back to a trillionaire. I won't be surprised
Yeah.
if people do stupid stuff like that. You know, it's crazy. But yeah, get him back to a trillionaire. Oh my goodness. How does GoFundMe make money? Do they take a percentage or of the listing? Like what's how do they? It's a great idea when used properly, but man, I see some stuff that I'm like, I am not donating for that. Like, no, you need a new couch? What?
It's a good
No,
question. I don't know.
I'm not donating for your new couch. You know, God forbid you got some disease and you need the medical bills paid, or yeah, okay, but your new couch? No, let's sit on the floor. Tough it out. All right, let's see here. But it's crazy the stuff people be GoFundMe for. All right, guys. Wow. This is really hitting the deck here. Oh, Andrew's trading. Ooh, Andrew's trading Agen. Oh man. All right. I think we're pretty close to another partial. I mean, I want to be as patient as possible, but we're pretty close to one. GoFundMe gets voluntary tips from the people posting it, or I do need a new couch, bitch. You're my friend. That's different. We'll donate to the friend. I'll help a friend out. But asking random people saying, "Hey, I need a new TV because my last one broke because my son threw a football at it." Well, I don't know what to tell you. My goodness. All right, here it is, friends. I'm gonna take another partial in case this is over. Should have took a lower, 30 cents lower here, but I don't want this to snap higher against me. We're back down. Oh, maybe we do need to be patient. SPY is also pushing lower. Wow, what's breaking down the SPY? It seems to be a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
Right? It was just hanging out the V up and then just snapped down. I'm trying to be patient to hold to 140, but man, it's proven difficult to do that.
Wow, Andrew seemed to have got on the only thing that was moving higher in Apple.
Yeah,
he actually did go and trade this.
I know. I mentioned that he's trading that agent.
That's crazy.
Ticker. All right, so SPY is making a new low now. New low of the day. Let's see if SpaceX can follow suit. We'd love to see that go lower. All right, what a great way to start the week. Usually Mondays, as I mentioned before, are not my greatest trading days, but today we got in a good one early on. SpaceX with a nice drop here. Next thing we wait for 140. So a couple of partials in. We're waiting for 140 to try to take another partial here. But we're struggling to make a new low. You can see we're kind of leveling out here a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna take some off here. Took 10% off here, guys. Just to play it safe, just in case. Maybe I'm very glad I did. Let's see. So now it looks like the fun might be over. SPY's up and down. Joshy, good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Friends, just a reminder because I know we all forget. I hit it myself too this morning, right? I did not. There you go. I made it 280 now. I know. I was talking about it, even hit it myself, but I hit the like this morning. Same could happen to you. I could have been talking about it, and you actually say, "Yeah, I'm going to do it," and you forgot to do it. So now it's another reminder. Hit that thumbs up. We'll give away one free funded account if we get to 500 today. So we'll love you guys to crack open that giveaway and just support the channel. Whether you are a cat or dog lover or whatever you love, we love your support. Either way. All right, shame on. Yeah, you know what? It happens, man. It happens. It's But I hit it. I always end up hitting it. It's just doesn't happen like right away in the morning. But I do always end up hitting the like button. Wow, Andrews. Ooh, that if you're gonna trade a low flow, that's the way to do it. He's trading agent and he's got a monster trade on this thing. I could tell by the triangles. A lot of triangles there. So he's long. He got long around 570 and lower, and parceling out up here into 620. And these are fun to trade. I remember trading those. They're fun when they work. They're a lot of fun because it comes and goes so quickly, But you make your week, your month sometimes with these low flow stocks. It's crazy. SKHY spiked. Let's take a look. SKHY. I saw also a couple of you guys mentioned that earlier on. Oh yeah, look at SKHY falling in line here and spiking pretty good this morning. All right, SpaceX. I'm glad I took that partial off down there. We'll see what it tries to do here at the VWAP. Now I wish we would have taken 20% off instead of 10. Let's see what it does here. SPY for the most part just chopping around right now.
Yeah.
Tesla.
You got a couple things that are moving.
Yeah, SPY is choppy, but you're right. It's a lot of stuff that's moving. Like if you look at Tesla, right, that had a nice drop. SpaceX as well. We're in that one. A little bit of a pullback now. I'm hoping that it doesn't get past the 20 here and go slower. I won't add though. I'm not gonna add. That would be a good opportunity to add if you see an adding opportunity for those that do add. NVDA, not as great. We had SoFi on our secondaries, rough start, and then finally gave in. And the only thing higher today, Apple. And I did not think they were going to pull that off, at least on my list. It's the only thing that's green. Everything is red on my list. I'll show you guys. How can I move this over? Oops, don't do that. No. How do I move this over without messing up the template? Here it is. Only thing green is Apple on my watch list. Everything else is red. We're in SpaceX. Okay, good. We're dropping lower. Very nice. Let's see if we can break that 140. See, now I'm glad I only took 10% off. I knew what I was doing. You just flip back and forth, guys. Flip back and forth. Whatever makes you feel better. Just flip back and forth. That was good. That was bad. That was good. That was bad. It doesn't matter. Melanie, what do you have besides Apple? What do you have green as far as in your list today? I always try to be happy. American go rib. But when you're green, is a happier, I guess. But SPY making a new low. SPY kind of deteriorating. Yeah, agent is wild, man. Andrew taking more partial at 670. I'm surprised it hasn't halted yet, but I guess it's moving up very controlled, which is actually better that it does that, because when it moves up like that and it halts, then you get the gap down. People get scared, but this move like this so far is really clean. Really clean. And Andrew taking another partial there. 670, 680. I always get scared when he trades these low flow stocks, because I know he's going in with size. And I'm like, come on, man, why are you doing this? You make so much money with regular stocks. Why are you trading this stock? As soon as he got in, I'm like,
every once in a while,
as soon as he got in,
he needs the adventure.
As soon as I got in, I'm like, Andrew, please don't trade this shit. He did, but it worked. It worked, so we're good.
But yeah, he's getting rewarded for his bad behavior.
Getting rewarded. Well, I don't know if it's bad behavior. It's just not his bread and butter. But look at that. I mean, look, boom, 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 670. Oh, it's just perfect. But yeah. Oh, good stuff. Love it. Peter, 5,400 mail carriers get bit by dogs annually. Does not include UPS, FedEx drivers, or anybody else. Just mail carriers. So it's a big number. It's a big issue. You gotta start a GoFundMe for dog fences. For owners. I don't know. Oh boy. A lot of bites. A lot of bites. Yeah. And that's your mail guy. This guy comes over on a regular basis. Right? UPS does not come into your house every couple of days, right? So even the mailman is not safe. He's there every week. UPS has no chance. All right, guys. SpaceX. Let's see. We got another drop here below. I'm trying to get to 140, but I'll be honest. If it hesitates again, we might be getting into like a double bottoming out situation. So I'll take another partial. But I really want to see it go down here. Just 140. Da, 140. Oh, 140, 140. What we're seeing here. All right, looks like we might get it. I do see some orders down on Market Atlas at 140.22. Got a couple there. Let's see if we can get the drop, friends. David, you cut that Agent 7% candle with Andrew. Nice. Are you in chat as well? Are you in the chat room when he called it? Awesome.
Let's see if he can get there, Carlos. Come on.
Yeah, no, we're right on it, right to the low right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of orders right here too, 10 cents below this. So we're ready. Come on, just snap. It's struggling. Like it wants to, but it doesn't. Orders at 140.17. You know what? I think this is close enough, man. Why am I bugging for 20 more cents or so? It's taking too long. Space exploration. Oh, we're gonna get the drop now. I see tons of orders at 140.10. Look how they're stacking up now. Let's see if we can go through them. There it is again. Stack coming in 140.10. I'm taking it now. I'm just gonna take it now. Great fill too. When there's so many orders like that, such a great fill. So yeah, I just took my partial, guys. It's taking too long, I think. So partial right here. We just could not Pac-Man through that wall. This just was not happening. And I'm sure other people like me gave in too, because look at it pop up. That was not me. Oh, change your plans. Massive orders again. Market Atlas. Wow, the battle here is real. It's really not trying to lose this 140. 140.23. Yeah, no, it's. I thought it was gonna go it again, but nope. Holding. How do you decide your share size? So I mainly decide based on how much I'm risking. So my risk size decides the share size, right? So you can easily do this. I'm not using the advanced hotkey. Because when I started to use it, there was issues with it, man. It wasn't calculating right. It was getting me out of trades I didn't want to get out of. Like if something was wrong. And we were talking about years ago. And then I started using just shares and it's got a couple of shares and try to calculate my risk based on that. So it's a little more manual work. But the advanced hotkey now is working perfectly. So the equalized risk per trade. Some people call it equalized risk per trade, advanced risk hotkey, whichever cycle I'm talking about. It's the one you double click where you want your stop to be, and it calculates the number of shares. But when I was trying it, especially for certain trades, man, it was just messing things up, getting me out of the trade right away. So it just wasn't working. And probably something I did wrong with the script. But highly recommend everybody starting out use that. And if you fall in love with it, it works so well. I think you're going to do very good. But yeah, that's the more important thing. The more important thing is how much you're risking. That's how you determine your share size, right? So you're gonna risk $100. calculate how many shares that is based off your stop. If you're going to risk $300, whatever, calculate how much that is off your stop, right? So that's more important. Look at that partial. How nice. You would think I placed it, I photoshopped it there. That's how nice it looks, right? But we know what happened. You're here. It's the battle, right? The battle of the buyers and sellers, just not letting this go any lower. And let's see now if they are this time around. But this 140 is holding. Let's see how long they can hold. Look, the longer we keep banging into that wall, the higher chance of a drop here. So holding on to the 9 and the 20 pretty good so far. And let's see. I honestly think there's not going to go too much lower, at least not today, unless something completely falls apart. I think people are going to try to hold this, as much as possible above that 135, or nowhere near it. We don't want, there's a lot of people don't want this going to 135. I'm sure. What is that key called? Which key? Hernan. What do I think about Apple prices will end today? Who knows, man? But this thing is pretty strong. Pretty strong. But I don't know. I have no, and you have nothing to go by. Like, we're sitting at all-time highs, so there's really nothing for you to go by here. I mean, you can guess. Hey, let's guess 330. That looks good. 325 is a whole dollar number there. I like 325. But there's no gap. There's no data up here. So I have no idea. I think it ends green. I think it stays in the green unless the market completely collapses here. But even then, I think it stays in the green today. All right, back down. Let's see one more time. Going against that 140. Did I close my market atlas? I did. Oops, sorry. Close my market atlas in error. Let me open it back up. Apple respecting VWAP, NVDA at VWAP, Netflix weird. Let's take a look at all of that after I open up my atlas. Peter, anything for you, man? Have you gotten into any opportunities? Or are you looking for the Apple reversal? Oh, wait, Peter, we can't hear you. Hopefully, I haven't been talking, man.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry. I'm on mute.
Oh, hopefully, I haven't been talking too much.
Yeah, nothing. No wonder you can't hear me.
Oh, sorry,
no,
man.
nothing.
Yeah.
No, it's not your fault. It's me. No trades for me yet. Yeah, I was looking at the Apple reversal that you were asking about. I didn't expect it to go that high. The 323 was more of a run than I was honestly expecting. So, so that, I mean, it's good. It's good for the stock, but
yeah.
I don't. I didn't see that. I like your trade on SpaceX. I honestly wasn't sure about it, but you saw something in it that I didn't. So good for you.
Thank you, sir.
So, you got a good move.
Yep. And we just got still even now. I know we're holding this 140. It looks so bearish, guys. Like it might break now. Actually, here we go. 140. We saw this earlier, but now there's a lot more volume to the downside. So we might actually get the break. I did already take a partial a little bit earlier, right in this area. So I'm not gonna take it here on the flush. I'll wait to see if we create a new low and hopefully can trend lower. So I'm not gonna be looking to take a partial again in this area around 140, right? Because I already took one here. So let's just see if we can make a new low and keep the momentum. All right, Chris, you hit your go. Time to play it safe. Yes, keep the money you make. Keep the money you make. If you keep trading, you will end up giving it back. That's for sure. I was playing a little bit of online poker playing this weekend, and not for money, just points, so not for actual cash. And man, if you just look at this volume on SpaceX, you guys saw that? Oh, this is not good. People are losing hope. The people are losing faith in the space exploration. It will be so irresponsible of me not to take a partial here. Partial. Wow. Look at that. So 1.6, guys, right there. That 1 minute candle. That's 1.6. Oh, I'm not out. Oh, no. I just took a partial. I'm not out. We're going to ride this thing until the wheels fall off here. So, oh, yeah. Let's go. Are you guys right about 135 today? I was saying no. That's a little too much. But Yama, are you right about this 135? Wow. Look at how we are falling apart here. That kind of messed up the stack on the orders. People don't know what to do. So level 2 is kind of adjusting here. Adjusting. Okay. Still looking rather bearish. Market Atlas here. Market Atlas, friends. Wow. What a move. Love it.
Carlos, there you go.
Yeah, this is
now
crazy, man. Look at the volume, Peter. Look, it's almost 2 million on this one candle here. Let me show you. Here. That's crazy. Oh man. Love it. 138, tons of orders there, and it looks like we have no competition but to go right to it. It's just nothing else around, but 102,000 shares traded here. No, not traded, excuse me. 102,000 orders stacked here. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get there. Yeah, I'll take another partial soon too, because I think that once we snap, it's probably gonna go right back up to 140, right? Especially with the amount of volume that you're getting here. How many sellers can you possibly have? Do you even have stuff to short on this? No. See, and you're running out of shares for short too. Only 55,000. So if you try to short and you don't get in, we had so much more earlier, but we're running out now, I guess. Attack the brokers. All right, so let's see if we get to 138. We tried here. Some support. We're going right to it, friends. Let's see, 138. All space stocks are dumping. Show you what, Carlos, where is Apple and Atlas? Yeah, right here. Type in here, guys. For those that don't have Atlas, get over to tradingterminal.com. And you can try Atlas. I know we're having like that's probably over. Let me not even mention that. We're having like some kind of free stuff, but I think that's probably over. Let me get the settings fixed on this thing. Wait till it loads up properly. Okay, here we go. SpaceX. Oh man. Here's Apple. My settings are looking a little bit weird on Apple. All right, well, Apple loads up properly here. Here's SpaceX, friends. I'm just going to take another partial off. I think we're going to eventually snap back. But another partial on SpaceX here, man. What a drop. Did not expect this at all. I was very happy 140.50 and 140 here. But look at what we're getting. Just continuous drops into 137. How does the daily look? Daily losing ground there. So SpaceX lower. Apple, you guys, Apple looks very balanced right now. I don't see, I'm not seeing any heavy bullish or bearish situation on Apple. You could tell here it's very light on both sides. It's probably where you're kind of hanging out, moving sideways. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you guys, but here it is. Apple is very, very flat right now. And the big orders you have does look a little more bullish, like if I had to guess. The orders you have that are big are far out from the price right now. So, um, no big indication where it wants to go. And then you're also right at VWAP. So you got a lot going on. VWAP is right here at 320.82, right in this area. So you're just right above VWAP. It can go either way here. So, yeah, Chris, that's what I'm trying to say too. I don't see a good. I'm not sure if anybody sees it long or short, but I don't see a good play on Apple. Even like a VWAP breakdown, you don't have the momentum. Like here would have been nice, break, pull back, and then here, boom, excellent VWAP breakdown for sure. Now you just kind of just wrapping yourself around it, so not really a whole lot going on there. All right, a couple of parcels in after a huge volume spike down on SpaceX right here. So he's taking advantage of that. Hopefully, you guys were able to do so as well on SpaceX. Let's take a look around. Tesla, it's just kind of sideways. Did his drop very early on, then from then has not really moved too much lower. It's just kind of going sideways there. MRVL, same thing, sideways. SpaceX looking good. NVDA back above the VWAP. This could have been. No, I probably wouldn't take it because it did lose it here. That's a VWAP breakdown.
You got a great move on SpaceX.
Thank you, sir.
And I can't believe Andrew got this AGEN to work. Rarely do they just go like that. And he managed to get, and without any halts too. 100 million shares traded.
Goodness, $7.
That move.
$7.90.
I know. It's $8 almost. Well, it did cross over the $8 threshold, but yeah, it's
wow. Is he still? I haven't looked at his trade. I'm over here doing Bookmap and Market. I'm Bookmap. Sorry, Market Atlas. But let me see. Wow. All right. See what Andrew's up to. Where's my chat room? I got too many screens open. I'm losing my areas. There we are. Andrew. Oh man, he added to that is a monster trade. Not for the faint of heart, guys. And trust me, they do not trade this clean. They really don't. Not more often than not, they're horrible. There's a couple of halts down and up that messes up everything. This thing has been just beautiful. So, wow, very, very, very nice. Good job, Andrew, on that. Awesome. What's this? Who we have? Sandy. Sandy, the $10,000 payout. My man. Good job for you, Sandy. So, on our funded account, friends, we celebrate and give you a certificate for those that get the payout. So Sandy got $10,000 last week. He got the max payout on the program. So congrats. Is this it's funded account? Do we know? I don't recall a Sandy in our funded. Sorry, not funded account. A P Capital. I wonder if they're P Capital. They should have a little tag here, like a P Capital member. That would be nice. Equity trader, yeah. Very, very nice, very nice. Awesome. Oh, look at Agent. Agent 837. Wow.
Andrew's just having a blast because it just keeps popping on him.
Of course.
He's like, what the heck? He just got into it on a whim, and it's.
He's probably shocked himself that this thing's trading so well. They don't do this.
It has.
If they did this more often, we would all be trading low flow stocks. I'd tell you that right now. All of us.
And that's actually a good point, Carlos. I mean, if you're looking at this, you're looking at AGEN. This is not a typical experience, right, with the low flows.
No,
it does happen every once in a while, and this is the type of thing that keeps people coming back because they see this. They're like, "Oh my God!" Right? But think it's still only about a $2 move, and the amount of shares you have to take to make big money is ludicrous, and if it moves against you, you can lose that much money just as quickly, if not faster. So just be careful on it, right? Yes, there's an opportunity, but there's a possibility on anything to make money and lose money just as fast. So just don't take one example and say, oh, this is what I'm missing out on. Well, in this
Yeah.
case, sure, but tomorrow maybe not.
Agreed.
Yeah. Anyways, this AGEN, yeah, it's
Yeah, it's beautiful.
it's
It's beautiful. All right, let's see what else is beautiful. We got member trades from John. Let's see what we have here. As we see where Agen and SpaceX and other stuff go. SpaceX turning around a little bit here.
still, you got a much bigger move than you anticipated on that.
Oh,
so that's great.
Yeah. So I couldn't wait. So like if it comes back to 140, maybe we'll take it off there. But I'm very, very happy with that. Could not ask for more. All right, let's see how our traders did today. Let's go over here, make this wide. Full screen. That didn't work. That didn't work. Let's try it again. Telegram. That worked. Okay. All right, we'll kick it off with our moderator, John. So John trading Amazon. As you guys know, high of day breakout, his main and only focus. You get to hang with John. If you're in the P Capital group, you get to hang with John, and he's one of the team captains. And man, he is John is the man. All right, so long here. Here's his stop. Took some off here. Added, and unfortunately did not get the continuation, so got out at break even. So again, made his profit here. These two ads out of break even, so he's protecting the profits that he made. That's very important, guys. Very, very important. So when you add, I don't add, but I know that if you add, you have to still, as much as possible, protect the profit that you made, right? You don't want to add and then give, lose and also give what you made. That's horrible. So get that break even figured out, calculate it properly. That's very important. I think if you're adding, that's got to be one of the things you're constantly looking at. This is very similar to what Andrew did, I believe. Andrew was in a little bit early, maybe in this can. Look at the buying pressure coming up. So here's Mike. Mike long on the breakout for Apple. Partial, and he just photoshopped this last partial here to make it better than my trade. And that's okay. I don't mind, Mike. Just kidding. Awesome trading, Mike. Can't wait to hear about it later. So again, a beautiful, beautiful trade there on Apple from Mike. Eamon, man, see, you could tell the market's trading well today. It's a lot of moderators taking opportunities. Eamon went short SpaceX. This is the 1 minute, so much earlier even than I did. Like I'm in somewhere here. Yes, I'm in right here actually, and he is in all the way up here. So much, much earlier on the 1 minute ORB breakdown. I took it for a 5 minute, right? So look at the difference. So you got your 1 minute here, and then you got your 5 a little bit higher. Short, partial, and hopefully he's still in there all the way down to 138. I think he does, because I think these are orders he has. Like there's an order sitting there, right, at 140.56, which he definitely.
Look at him, he's following along with you.
Yeah. So first day Eamon back. We'll see more from Eamon later at 11. So stick around for that. Here's Apple. Here's one of our members, Matthias. They traded Apple long in, and I'm not sure if it's a partial or all out, but that is their trade there. Really, really good entry. Here we are. I'm looking at SpaceX as well. Let's see, 140. We'll probably start thinking about taking everything off. It's just pulling back here. Andrew K took Apple. A lot of people taking Apple towards the break of creating a new high. Got in, added, and then partial into strength there on Apple. Tom, also Apple, beautiful. In for the break here. Look at the candles. Is he a Lakers fan? Lakers fan, I think. It's got to be the Lakers colors. The only thing when I think yellow and purple. I think we're rest in peace, good man Kobe Bryant, right? So yeah, purple and gold. But yeah, here it is. He's long for the breakout. Partial into strength on Apple. And Big Daddy Rose. Short. See, we're so into animals today. I said big dog. Not even. We're so into the animal conversation this morning. But Big Daddy Rose, short, partial. Beautiful trade on AMD. And then he's all out here. And then he spotted the long to take it the other way. That is beautiful. Long here and then partial all out. I'm assuming this is the VWAP. Wow, you can't trade better than that. Salim, our good buddy in chat, short, added partial into SpaceX, and hopefully he can still be in this as we went down all the way to 138, almost 137.50. So good job there. And that's it, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 trades. That's the most we had, I think, ever. So market treating people very well this morning, Peter. So
some good trades out there, and yet,
yeah,
good for anybody that was able to take it. A lot of, I mean, not everything though. PLTR didn't move that well. CoreWeave didn't move that well. I'm some of the other stuff that I'm taking a look at. Frankly, NVDA hasn't really gone anywhere. It's still sitting at VWAP. So,
what is the SPY situation?
but the SPY is sort of my SPY chart's all messed up here, so I'm not sure.
Okay, it's not just me,
Well,
right?
do you
got
see
the
a
1
gap?
minute.
Okay, no, you're seeing the same thing. Look at that gap.
Yeah.
See that weird gap? Like
Yes.
I saw that happen, but I don't know how it happened. Like it. Like Apple sort of looks the same, right? Like we got this gap on a few.
That's interesting.
Situations
Tesla,
here, but
same thing.
I don't know why.
MRVL, SpaceX
What's
didn't get
going
bothered
on?
by it, but a lot more usual suspects: NVIDIA, SoFi, SKHY, new ticker, also got the little spike, missing candles bubble, not bubble, but spot there.
Right.
That's interesting. SpaceX is so down that it couldn't go any lower, so it missed a little spy dump there or whatever that took place. All right, are people buying in saying, hey, SpaceX at 139 is a great price for 10 years from now? What are we thinking here? Is that what's happening? Are people saying the tag as a good area to dive in? I'm sure there's got to be somebody saying, hey, this is it. And who was it? I think might have been you, Peter, but don't quote me. I might not have been. They were like, listen, wait. If you want to buy in long term, wait a week or two. We'll wait a bit. And you're right, because if you would have bought anywhere here, the first 2 weeks, you're down. Right? You're down pretty down, especially if you're in the first week, you're really down. But if you waited, you would have had a great price here, right? The 23rd to the 26th to the 29th, and a much better price even now, the 7th through the 13th. So, IPOs, they love to go down, then up. And then up is not even, has not come yet, so we're still down. Adrian, yes, I am happy, man. We had a great weekend, that's first of all, and I did go to sleep extremely. I was in bed by like 8:30 last night, 9 o'clock. I'm like, I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be super tired Monday morning after all these activities, and I still woke up tired because it's like from the beginning, man. From the morning, just barbecuing. We had the pool. I mean, we had some gymnastic birthday party the kids went to. I mean, it was just packed from both days from the start, so it was real nice. Movie night with the kids, that was the easiest part. The movie night, I got to just make the popcorn and just put the movie on and just relax. So that was cool. But yeah, that was the easiest event we did. Everything else took some energy, but man, I love it because before you know it, these kids will be up and out, and it'll just be me and my wife. So gotta enjoy it while they're here. So comes quick.
That it does.
It does. And then we come in here and have a beautiful trade on SpaceX. Don't get me wrong, that's gonna add to the happiness. So we're happy. We're always happy. We're extra happy today, I guess.
Right.
You hope so? I hope so. What? What you mean, T-Man? Elaborate. D-Man says you hope so. Oh, that they'll be out. Oh, listen, but it's different. Okay, I think SpaceX is done. Right, I think SpaceX is. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is a good. I think it's gonna be hard for it to come back down. I think I'm gonna take everything off here. That they leave. Yeah, but I'm not sure about you guys, but our household works a little bit different. Like I was with my parents all the way till I was 21, 22, and they were crying when I left. I'm like, all right, I gotta move out. I gotta got things to do. They were crying, like they were not ready for me to go. So Spanish households, man, they're a little bit different. There's not that, hey, you're 18, you got to go get a job and move out. Nah, you can stick around for a long time. In the Spanish neighborhood, trust me, it's a little bit different. So, and I felt that with my parents, man, they did not want any of our kids to leave. I'm like, Mom, our younger brother's going to college. He's going to Massachusetts. He's got to go. And that was an issue. Right. And then the other one left. It was 3 of us. I was the last one to leave, actually. And yeah, they were not happy.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, let's see. I see Mike join. Let me see if I can get him in here.
Yeah.
1 second. Let me sure he's ready. All right, very good. So, Moon says I'm welcome in his home anytime. Well, I can't leave now, but if I have to run somewhere, I know who to call. All right. Good. Here's a question. Peter Carlos, do you look for scanners after the open? Or if so, which scanners suit your strategy? Turbo breakup, high of day breakout. So, yeah, those scanners, turbo breakup and a break of high of day, work best after the market open, right? This is why they're usually empty before the bell, and then at the market open, they trade better. So, what I like to use the turbo breakup when I'm looking at my watch list and I see nothing happening. So I'm not automatically looking at those scanners. I'm kind of looking at the stuff I have already picked out that, hey, I like the way these look today. Like today I have NVIDIA, SpaceX, MRVL, Tesla, and Apple. Now, if there's nothing happening or, man, these are dead, there's no volume, then I'll start looking at the turbo breakup to get more ideas of what could be out there. And to be honest, I don't look at it a lot because you guys do that job. Like why do we start pointing out? Look at PLTR, look at NBIS, look at this. I'm like, okay. So I didn't even get a chance to look at the turbo breakup. You guys are already calling out stuff that's in play or getting volume. So it's a great help to have so many people looking at different things, right? So, but yeah, those 2 scanners definitely after the bell. And Mike's connected, but do you see Mike on your end, or am I having a vMix issue here, Peter?
I don't hear him at all. No.
Okay, all right. So he's not okay. Oh, and can I see him? Oh, he says he's finishing. Is that? No? Is that? What is that? Hold on. Is that like
Is
that a taco? Oh no! It says a croissant. Oh, okay. I was gonna be pissed off if he had like a burrito or something.
That's why.
I was gonna be pissed. All right. Yeah, the croissant is okay.
Yeah, a croissant doesn't make you mad?
No, it doesn't make you mad. But if he had a burrito, I was gonna be pissed.
Burrito was gonna make you mad.
Yeah, that was gonna make me mad because I would want one.
Breakfast burrito.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I was not gonna be happy. But
a breakfast burrito would be good.
I know, it'd be the best. I would have been very jealous. Croissant, I got some croissants here. I could have that.
Yeah, good. See, there you go.
Good stuff.
So, well, since you called me on, I'll just come on now.
No, finish your croissant, man. We got some stuff to talk about. Finish your croissant. No worries at all.
All right.
And are you having it with coffee? Gotta have it with coffee.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Got
so
coffee.
only way to do it is with the coffee. All right, awesome. All right, friends. Let me see. I got some other questions here. How does Market Atlas works? So Market Atlas is basically a visualization of level 2, right? So it's level 2 display a little bit different, right? And I'll show you here on SpaceX. We were looking at Market Atlas on SpaceX. Let me see if I can show you. It's not gonna look as pretty as it did earlier. But did I just close the chat? I think I did. I hit the wrong button. All right, I'll hop in a second here. But here's Apple, right? So the market ad is basically is a visualization of the level 2 orders. And let me see if I find a better one. Apple's pretty flat. Let's look at SpaceX. Looks a little better. But we have videos that go into a lot more detail. But it's basically a visualization of where the supply and demand is. SpaceX, guys, going back up to the VWAP might be a good long opportunity. So, for example, SpaceX earlier, if you can go back to this stream and look at SpaceX around, I'll give you the time, 10:04, right? 10:04,
okay.
our time, right? Even before that, you could look at 10:03.
Right.
You could see tons of orders. The battle that was happening around 140.25, right? How many orders kept coming up? Because I did bring up the screen on around that area. You can see how many orders, how big the demand was to go lower and not higher, right? Right now it's pretty balanced out as we are clearly are not as bearish anymore. But that's what it is, right? And there's a lot more videos we have that can go into a lot more detail. But it's an amazing tool. It really, really is. All right, what else we have? Tesla. Yeah, look at the recovery on SpaceX. It's pretty neat, actually. So see, you have 141, you have 12,000 shares. These are actual shares, right? So total number of shares. You don't got to add any more zeros on it. So 12,000 shares up there, 4,000 and change. So clearly right now looking a lot more bullish, right? The demand. So usually when you have that, you can have a breakout towards the top. And again, not everything is 100%. This is just like all your other indicators, just one more indicator, right? And if you build your edge, then you can possibly, build a strategy that says, hey, if this, and this lines up the way I wanted to for this strategy, you take the trade, right? So this is one of those indicators that is very useful for us here at the way we trade. AMD, fast recovery. AMD, yeah, another one that actually is trading very well. Today's a great day, guys. There's a lot of opportunities. Short at the market open, long even now, which is a little bit earlier for reversals. Usually 11-ish is when we start to see them. Tesla. Oh, Tesla actually had a very good VWAP breakout on Tesla. That is pretty clean. Look at that. Apple, who's been green, still green, but who's been strong all morning. Now seeing some weakness below the VWAP. I think, is Apple the inverse of whatever else the market is doing? Like, the market is going green, things are going green. Apple says, you know what, we're going to go. That's it. We had enough. We're going
well, like but how many
Right?
times have we said that? Where Apple does exactly that, right? Where it's for whatever reason, it just likes
So
to,
funny.
it zigs when the market zags. It goes the other way.
Yeah. So, just interesting.
Apple had a great volume at the open.
Oh, yeah, it did. You traded Apple, actually, Mike. Let's look at your trade.
I traded Apple. Peter got me scared, continuing to remind me that Apple sometimes doesn't like to fill orders, and he kept saying it over and over, and I'm sitting this going, oh man. And then when it did this, like, slam down after I got in, I'm hearing Peter, it doesn't like to fill, it doesn't like to fill. And I'm like,
oh no.
It's funny you mentioned that, Mike, because I was like, oh, I agree with you. That's why I'm not taking it long. And I was telling Peter, because we see it so often too, where it's just, it doesn't like it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you still stay in the trade.
Yeah. There was a level here, a Camarillo level, I think R5, I think, or one of the Camarillo levels was here. So that's why I stayed in, because it slammed to it, held it, and then as it went up. But this first partial is because it broke 320 and didn't go right away. So I was like, oh, I'm going to take some off just because I have this voice in the back of my head saying it's going to reject, it's going to reject, it's going to reject. So I took some off, break even, and then I'm like, okay, here we go. And then my target was 322. But it
That's
got all the way up here to 323, which was the
I
weekly
know.
move.
No kidding.
It was-
I mean, but that's the thing about about any stock or any movement, Mike, right? Like, I might be right 90% of the time, but then there's that other 10% where it's just gonna
Yep.
work famously, right? And
Yep.
so
So I was like, I'm taking it, I'm holding it, and I'm either gonna get, and I would say that probably if Andrew wasn't in it, I probably wouldn't have stayed in it with you saying that. But I'm like, okay,
right.
I got Andrew and I got Peter. I'm staying. I'm not getting chickened out of this on a Monday. So I got in partial. So good first trade. And then as everybody said, that news came out and it's just kind of really screwed a lot of setups up for me. Like we can't keep what I just said. I gotta turn up and sing. I can't have him talking to me.
You can't handle.
Yeah, I can't handle that. I can't. The news. I'm just like, why do we do this at 10 o'clock? Why can't we just do this pre-market or after hours and posting? We got to do it right as the market opens just to make everybody pissed off. And you're just like, come on. Right? Throws up the setups. Happened on Friday. You get this big slam down, right? On the, just show you the 30 minutes. You get this big slam down and then it goes right back up. And you're like, really? How can I trade this now? Just, it's frustrating with it. So we'll see though. But it, it's going to be a tough day anyways. I kind of have the daily market structure in an uptrend because it did close above the lower high on Friday. Pre-market's neutral, and as you can tell, we're in a range to include that big drop down, came back into that range. So there is a possibility that we transition into a trend, but I made that comment before the news came out. So at,
Right.
at this point, I mean, your range, right, that you have on the futures or even the SPY, whatever one we want to take a look at, right? I mean, your range, I think we're just going to stay in this lower to higher range for the majority of the rest of this morning, with CPI news coming out tomorrow, right? And then earnings starting, like Eamon was talking about in the pre-market. Other than if there's some more war of words on social media, um, I don't see the market moving much. I think we'll go down to it and then we'll come back up. So, and the way it's set up for me, I just don't foresee being able to get into any futures until possibly maybe noon or later afternoon. So we'll see. Apple going back to 322. Today, I don't know about today. I mean, it made its high. It hit its weekly move, which is 323. It looks like it's going back down to the daily move and going to try to find support at the old all-time high. And we're going to see what it does there. So if you look on the 30-minute, you got a great bullish candle, but then it's a selling candle followed. Looks like we'll probably close this candle here in 12 minutes, 12, 22 minutes. Bullish too. So, or bearish, sorry, I'm backwards. So, and why are you trying to give away your kids, John?
We'll take
John's trying to
them. We'll
give away
take them.
his- He must be having a rough morning with his kids.
Oh man. Maybe. It's it happens with kids, but that's just part of the
Nah.
joy.
Part of the joy. I
Oh,
did find out, this is interesting for anybody out there. Hertz is the one car company that will rent to somebody under the age of 24. So they'll rent to 20-year-olds, which is interesting. And
Wait,
then
say
I
it again,
think
that what?
Hertz will rent to 20-year-olds. So they'll just be like, if you're 20, you just have to pay an extra fee. But most rental car companies won't rent to anybody under the age of 24.
Yeah, I thought a lot of them was like the limit was well, not limit, but the age restriction was 25, 24. I thought Hertz was one of them. Is that a change they're making?
Yeah,
but usually there's an
it must
extra
be a
insurance
change.
fee, isn't there?
Yeah, you have to pay a little bit extra for it.
Yeah, I think
I only know this because my daughter had to go to LA for jury duty. And she's like, she went out. This is how kids are, right, Carlos? This is what you have to look forward to. She spent, I swear, probably a day researching all this because right before she gets on the flight, she's like, Mom, you know that Hertz will rent to 20-year-olds. And if you get me a car for the week, the cost of that is going to be cheaper than me getting an Uber to and from the courthouse each day. Plus all the DoorDash that I do. So what do you think? So my wife ended up getting her a rental car. So now she's in LA driving a rental car. I hope she doesn't have my luck with rental cars. So every rental car I get, I wreck. Well, not me wreck. Something usually occurs to the rental car that I am driving from some other idiot out there. I've been rear-ended. I've had the windshield cracked by a rock. I've had the undercarriage destroyed by a blowout on a semi. I've been hit in a parking lot. I've been sideswiped. It never ends with me. So I'm hoping she doesn't have that same luck so I don't have to deal with it. Are you still in SpaceX, Carlos?
I think he got all out. He took a partials, was on his
Ah.
way back to VWAP, but I think he got all out. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
He usually doesn't hold on too much longer.
Doesn't hold after that move back up, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute while I'm talking.
Okay.
Here. No, I'm out. I'm out of it. We got out 10 and 25. So back down here, but it wasn't enough to have it go all the way up here. Whatever I have left, but I did see hit the V up and it came lower. So.
Yeah, I'm liking the drop. I want it to get down to 100 again, or for the first time, I want it to get down there. So.
A lot of people walking away with a W, Pat. Very nice. Yes, keep the money. Keep the money. That's important. And then we had another question here from Yama. Yama, I like your question because I'm sure there's a lot of people that are sitting and having that problem, right? Guys, I've been sucking lately. Yeah, I keep moving my stop loss a few minutes after the trade goes in my direction. And then I get stopped out at break even. Then watch the price go to my initial target. Any advice? I'll let you guys take this one. Mike, Peter, what's your thoughts?
Sorry, food.
Oh no, I'll answer. I'll give you my thoughts.
Take a bite. Yeah.
All right,
to go back at that croissant. Love it.
No, you're like a good waiter. How's your meal, sir? It's always when you're like a mouthful.
Yeah. So the best advice I have you is you have to figure out why you don't like to lose money. Because the reason you're moving your stop loss early is because you're afraid of losing the money or the trade going back against you. And our market behaviors, I talk about this a lot in BBT when we have our psychology webinars. And the one actually I got coming up this week is actually going to be on this exact subject on Wednesday. When you have the market behaviors that you don't like, whatever it may be, over trading, under trading, moving your stop to your break even before you should, not obeying by your stop loss, whatever bad market behavior you have, if you want to change it, you have to figure out the emotion that is causing you to perform poorly. And then once you figure out that emotion or kind of that attitude, then you have to figure out the value that's associated with that emotion that's driving that market behavior. So let's be honest. There's 3 things you don't talk about with family at the dinner table or typically anybody else, right? Politics, religion, and money. Those are the 3 things you don't talk about because
Okay.
everybody has a true sense of value of how they hold that. So since money is a part of that, making or losing money, you value that in some way. Not necessarily the paper dollar that we have, right? That's not what you value, but you value what that dollar represents. For some people, it's about the choice of freedom. And when you lose that dollar, it's internally your body's telling yourself, I'm losing my freedom. I'm losing my choices. For some of you, it's the security for your family. Because you have money, you feel that you have security for your family. And when you lose that money, that security is being taken away, right? For other people, some of the market behavior is you make money. And when you make a lot of money, all of a sudden you get to a point and you give it all back, right? It's that boom and bust cycle. Well, why is it that you're giving it back when you make it all? Is it because you don't feel you deserve that money? And people that make a lot of money, you view them in a different way. So once you can figure that value out, that's when you can go ahead and start addressing that issue because that's what's going to ultimately change your behavior. It's the same thing that we do in the military. How do we bring a group of 18-year-old individuals that have been raised in all corners of the United States, in the suburbs, in the rural areas, and the backside? They all have different values. They have all these different things, and they all behave differently. How do we get them to perform under a single value system in a short 8 to 13 weeks, depending on the service you go to? It's because you break them down and you instill a new value system to them. You instill, this is the value that you need to have. And what I try to get traders to understand is once you understand what the value you equate to money is, then you have to transition your mind away from thinking that the market is make money, lose money. And you have to value putting on a good trade. So the value of excellence. So as long as you perform the trade correctly, according to your plan, it's a great trade. Doesn't matter if you make money, you lose money, because over time, if your trade book works, you're going to make money. You just have to accept the probabilities of the market. There's going to be losing streaks. There's going to be winning streaks. There's going to be times when you're like, everything I do doesn't work. And then there's going to be times where everything you do works, right? And you have to understand that it's a probability mindset. Just like the market right now, right? We can look at it right now. Goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. It's just bouncing between 2 different things right now. It's crazy. So that's my long-winded input for you. Sorry if you don't like it. But if you want more in-depth on that, we're going to talk about that on Wednesday at 8 p.m.
There you go.
Sweet. Sweet.
Wednesday, 8 p.m., guys. Keep that in mind. My goodness. Well, clearly I was not quite in the zone today. Look at Microsoft. It's back up above VWAP. Interesting move. Looks like AGEN is done its rise for the moment. Maybe for the day. Maybe forever. You never know with that stock. We've never heard of it before. We might never talk about it again.
I know, right? You never know.
Interesting moves, though. Interesting how we got the open moves. And it's interesting how a number of these moves, like, again, this market showed some divergence with Apple going higher, Tesla, SpaceX going lower, the semis sort of doing nothing. I don't know. I actually haven't gone through them all. Did any of them move? Let's see here. Did we get a move on anything? Ugh. SMCI looks horrible. Interesting. Well, they don't all look the same. There's some different moves on different stocks, but nothing great out of the semis today. Hmm.
Yeah, Peter, I didn't hear. Did you trade anything today?
No,
Or have you
no, I
just
have not. I've just been watching. I said I feel like I don't know. Like I've been watching the whole time, but I feel like I don't know. Like I wasn't paying attention or I missed everything. I mean, SpaceX was a good one. I saw that when Carlos was taking it. I didn't. Yeah, it wasn't quite my setup, so I didn't believe in it, and to my detriment, of course, because it really dropped. You got a good $5 move almost on it, so that's a lot more than I would have expected. Apple, I honestly didn't trust. I've been burned too many times by Apple to trust that high of day break. So I'm glad that you did, Mike, and so did I think Andrew took it. Did Andrew take that? Yeah,
Yeah,
because I think
Andrew
you
took it. Quite a few
Yeah,
people in our chat room took it with Andrew
right.
too.
That's good.
It was it was a good trade.
Yeah.
Amazon here is at an interesting level. It's the level it's sold off from a few times in the past. Right, we had a
Amazon.
big sell-off here.
Uh,
It's the level it keeps rejecting.
let's see. Let's check Amazon here.
So as we go, but Amazon is such a tough trade to take. But you could almost set your stop above 248.84-ish.
Wow. Look at that volume. The volume it just got a
Yeah.
minute ago is like 3 times the volume it got at the open. That's rare.
Yeah.
That's rare that you
That's
get
why I
such a
say it's at a very interesting place right now.
yeah.
And you could almost set your stop above the high of day and then just see if it rejects this 248.34 again.
Right. Which it clearly has a few times.
So it's
Interesting.
done it since July 7th has really been July 7th. It's been rejecting it. It's also today's expected move for Amazon. I don't know if you saw my post either early in the chat room, Peter, but AMD actually has 0 DTE options now midweek and on Mondays. So
Okay.
they just like Tesla, Meta, NVDA, Apple, all the Mag 7 stocks, they added AMD to it now as
Okay.
well. It's the first week I've seen that. So interesting.
I I know I didn't see that post earlier, but that's good to know. So
Yeah. So that will not sure if it's going to change a lot of things, but hey, you never quite know. Yeah, look at that volume on Amazon. Wow.
oh yeah, look at it pop back up, eh? It
Yeah, popped up, but again, it's just what's the 250 it has orders at? If I go to 5. Yeah, 249. See what it does at 249 and then maybe cleared orders here at 248.50. That's where all that volume came from. People were buying it at that level. 249, 250. It's this random dot up here at 249.90. Going to be an interesting week, I think. I'm looking forward to tomorrow after the CPI data comes out. I think we'll get some clearer direction in the market, I'm hoping. How do they pick 20 years for jury duty? They just randomly select. What's ironic to me is when we tried to get it like, hey, she's living in Missouri going to college, they're like, yeah, well, you have a summer break and a winter break. Come on out. Like, okay. So do I think she'll get selected for it? I don't think she'll get selected. I think she'll get dismissed today. Just poof. There you go.
You think so?
Yeah, that's what I think will happen. I am actually going to take Amazon short here. I am going to take this short. If it pops up above this 248.84, I'll get out of it. I want to see what this thing's going to do. I like this rejection. I'm not opposed. Like, I think if I was to serve jury duty, I think the defendant would definitely prefer me to be on the jury than not, because I would be very, very skeptical of. I'm very skeptical of governments, and so they definitely have one that at least one on their side that fully believes in innocent till proven guilty. So you're gonna have to show me something that proves somebody's guilt before I'm gonna say, yeah, lock this guy away or gal away. Nah, you better show me something.
Huh.
Like, I'm definitely not the one that's going in there saying, "Hey, you're guilty," and show me something the otherwise.
All right. Well,
I know that would get me dismissed.
I was gonna
because
say,
the prosecution wouldn't want me.
right.
The defense would let me. The prosecution would. So. Yeah, my jury duty was super quick. Went in, we sat there. I I think I went in on a Thursday or a Friday or something. Because in where I was, my county, they just at whatever random day, and you're supposed to be there the whole day. At 10 o'clock, they came out and like, "Yep, we don't need anybody. Not having anything today. Have a great day." I'm like, "I'm out." Score.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey, Eamon, welcome back.
Thank you. Feels good to be back and
Yeah.
literally starting the week with a live trade session with Peak Capital. So that was a good motivation to stay
Yeah.
focused.
You had a good trade. I saw it was one of the ones that we reviewed.
Oh yeah, I shorted SPCX all the way down to 114. So it was good. I mean, you called it out today in the pre-market that it broke multi consolidation area and that 135 is the next level that we need to pay attention to. So it looked right.
Yeah. Well, you were right. Oh, look at Amazon, Mike. It's at the
Yep,
highs here.
I'm out of it. Yeah,
Mm.
I'm all out of it already. Whoop. As soon as it made that new high. I'll keep an eye on it though. We'll see if it drops below this level again. I'm not afraid to get back into it. Oh, look at what a up and down day on the market today. It is one of those days. So
It's one of those days where everybody either did so good or so bad because some stocks just never looked back. They either broke up or down and just went straight, and some of them just did nothing. But a lot just went straight.
Eamon, how's being a dad? You love it or what? Are you sleeping?
I'm getting used to it.
Good.
Like I was saying in the pre-market, I'm getting used to risk management, sleep-wise. Yeah.
But baby's healthy. Mama's doing good.
Yep, they are doing good.
Very
The
good.
guy is already getting a taste of being a king. He is in control. He tells us when to
Yeah.
sleep, when to wake up, when to
That's
go
it.
out. And it's all his decision.
That's right.
Yep.
It's not your decision
100%.
anymore. Yeah.
Exactly. Now I don't feel that freedom. So something changed. Something changed, that's for sure.
Okay. I had a nice little short on Hood. Eamon, I sent you my trade in Telegram as well, just so you have it.
Oh
Can
yeah, I
chat
need to
about that
open
after.
it. Yes, I think I'm sharing my screen. Carlos, can you see it? Because I got a message from him to share it. I'm not sure if it's visible already. Maybe I need
Oh,
to reshare
we
it.
can go over a little later.
No, just to make sure that everything is working and we are set.
Peter, how was your weekend? You got a little glow to you. You got some sun.
uh did I? I
I
mean,
don't
yeah, I
know
guess
you.
so. It was a good weekend. We spent most of it outside, either at the barbecue in the backyard or at a friend's cottage yesterday. So, yeah,
Very
it's
nice.
got to take advantage of the summer while you can.
I know. I feel you. Yeah. We've had so much rain in Edmonton. There was actually a tornado up. There's a Wabamun Lake. So it's about an hour and a half north of Edmonton. So we actually got like the remnants of the supercell that came through and like you should. I'll share some photos in the Telegram later. But our whole street flooded. It was all these trees blew down, and it's like we've been getting so much rain in Edmonton. I don't know what it is. We've broken rainfall records and all this, but our weekend here was pretty scary. Like all these trees were blowing over all around our house, and I don't know what's going on. Global warming is a thing. For anyone who says it's not a thing,
Well,
it is most
look at
certainly
the
a
bright
thing.
side. You're just
Yeah.
having some stuff blowing up, not drones above your head, so.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, hindsight's 2020, I suppose, eh? Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Well,
I guess I'd rather trees falling than drones flying into my neighbor house, I guess, my neighbor's house. What a trade. What was that low float that Andrew was oh my God, he made like 120 grand today. This guy is unbelievable. I
you know
can't I
what?
can't.
It's some flashbacks. I remember that was a year ago, right, Peter, where he was starting with
Good
5, 10, 50,
God.
and then he started having these big days, 100 every day, 150, 100 a day.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
then he had that big loss and he decided to take a step back and get himself together, started slow one more time, and he's back to his level. So he's doing
Oh
great,
yeah.
amazingly
Yep.
well. But
Yep.
now is the moment to just stay focused because I remember his biggest loss, and he said it himself that I started getting ahead of myself. I saw that I'm making the 100, 150 every single time, and I saw that
Mhm.
nothing can stop me. I got so confident, I got so arrogant, and then this $2 million loss humbled me down. Those were his words. So he decided to get back, take a step back, and he started trading with his usual like $5,000, $10,000 per trade, and now he's back to this level. So.
Watch
He's a
out,
good trader.
everybody.
He's a really good trader, but but definitely need to focus at this stage.
That's right. Like my brain can't even comprehend. Like that was my annual salary when I was a restaurant general manager, and he makes it in like 15 minutes. Like my
Wait,
brain
hundred and
can't
fifty thousand
comprehend.
dollars? That's not a bad salary.
No, I was
Good
100,
job.
120, but that was
No,
for
that's
like
not.
being a restaurant manager. I was working like 12-hour days and like 5, 6 days a week. It was crazy. And he makes it in 5 minutes. But that's okay. We all make our decisions, I suppose.
All right, so guys, YouTube, how are you doing? We've been talking a lot around here. Curious to see how you guys are doing. First of all, it's good to be back. Good to see you all. I can see that the same names are here. Nobody left us. I see Melanie. I see uh, Michelle, Alyssa. I see Frank, Candy, Chris MC, Dylan, who's an oldie here as well.
They're never going to
We
leave
have the
us.
exact same name.
We
Yeah.
have a good little core here. Same old characters.
Ben is here. Jeremy is here. Yep. Said is here. I see the exact same names. Big Lou.
I was,
He's also here.
yeah, Natter Butter. I was terrified without you. We got through it, but it wasn't pretty. But we're happy to have
Okay.
you back.
What do you mean it wasn't pretty? Did you have a rough time trading or you just missed me?
Both. I
I,
no, I actually I had a great week last week. I had one of my best trading days last Thursday. Today was a really good one as well, but I was battling there for I mean, you were only gone for about a week and a half, so it wasn't horrible, but
Mhm.
I was definitely fighting some demons, but I always have you in my mind. I'm like, would Eamon take this trade? Did I wait for the 3 candlestick rule? Did I look at my higher time frame? Like, even if you're not here, you're here. So we
Well,
appreciate you.
thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I was looking at the markets every now and then. I traded only 2 days. When I was off, it was Monday, on June 29th and July 6th. 1 week was good. I made around 4 hours or 5 hours. Then 1 week ago, I literally lost 2.5 hours in 2 minutes. Just two positions, one lost with the slippage, another without slippage. And I was like, okay, let me just focus on the family and take the rest of the week off. And back today for a 5 hour trade on SPCX. And SPCX, by the way, was amazing. Uh, I remember Peter and Carlos were talking about it. They were talking about the fact that we are finally at the lows, and we're literally at the lows if you take a look at the daily chart, at the lows since the IPO has opened. And we did break the consolidation area. I knew that today could be a short day. I took a look at the hourly chart. And the hourly chart on it was also amazing. It was my favorite for a breakdown setup. We had a mini consolidation or a mini range. So my plan on it was to play it to the short side. And look what we have next. We have a mini range at the open. There it is on the 5-minute chart. And you can see the exact same range on the 1-minute chart. Then we have a fake breakout. And after the fake breakout, the price goes down. Now I could play it to the short side. You know that I never use the fake breakout as my stop loss, so I use the high of the range as my stop loss. So that was my risk around here. I locked in small position. This was 10% partial, and this was like 50% partial. Because I saw it rejecting first, right from the low of the range. And I did not want to make sure that, I wanted to make sure that I'm not going to lose a full R on it, especially that I'm going against the level of support. So I locked in 10%, another 10, another 10, another 10, 50%, and then the rest was just even all the way down to 140. So overall, secured a 5.5 on it, which was actually an amazing start for the week, I'd say. What did you trade, Kyle?
I traded Hood. So I had a really nice level
You said you
from.
sent it to me, but probably sent it to Carlos or Peter.
Oh shit. Oh, so 1 second here. Let me do it again here. Shoot. I shorted
Who is it? Carlos or Peter?
Hood. It was. Oh, I didn't even send it. Well, there you go. Rookie. Unbelievable. Where's Mr. Dr. Eamon on here? Let's see here. Where are you? It's been a while since I sent you anything. Oh, there you are. You know what? Here, let me take a live screenshot of it because I'm actually all out of it now.
Somebody saying, why is now never on the list? It's moving nicely. I mean, I can see, yes, you're right. It's moving nicely, but I don't like the daily chart on this thing. You can see that every time it's gapping down, gapping up, gapping down, gapping up. When it's trend, it's just 2 gaps down, big move. It doesn't have a good daily chart. Intraday, it is moving nicely. Yeah, I mean, last 2 days, 3 days it did, but it's not stock that we are familiar with. And one of the things about the mods at BBT, traders in general, is that we trade stocks that we are familiar with. We know how the stocks move. You probably heard sometimes Peter or Carlos saying that, oh, this stock never does me any good, or I don't feel comfortable trading this stock. It's because you already have some experience and feel to some of the stocks. That doesn't mean that we trade the stocks that we are familiar with no matter what. The stock that we are familiar with needs to be in play. Now, you're right, it moves nicely, but maybe if we watch it 5, 10, 15, 20 times, and then we get familiar with it and we actually realize that this thing is a good thing to trade, probably it will make it eventually to our list. It doesn't mean that if something is not on our list, then it's a bad one and you should not trade it. If it meets your rules, trade it. I know a few people who are trading SNDK literally on daily basis. I don't remember trading SNDK literally 0 times. And it doesn't mean that it's bad, just that I'm not familiar with it. So this is Kyle's trade on Hood.
Okay, so I had a really nice level marked on the 15-minute chart. It came up, it literally touched the 200 moving average, rejected it. And this is something I was talking a lot about when you were gone. Like the 5-minute opening range traders, I feel have been getting a lot, like we haven't been getting a lot of momentum to the upside. So there was a nice level, not only on a market atlas, but on the 15-minute chart. I think it was 113.70. It literally came up, touched it with a 200 moving average and rejected it right away. So all these opening range break traders to the upside, everyone got stopped out here. And there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of these traps, especially on Robinhood. They're catching these 5-minute orb traders. So instead of going long there, I actually went short. And this is just based strictly on higher time frames. And it just happened to coincide with the 5-minute opening range. And I held it nicely. I actually added a couple times on the way down. It squeezed through the 50 and the 200. And then I added more on the 5-minute opening range breakdown. So you'll see I added a few more in, and then I added heavy again on the confirmation. This was a really nice trade. And then I added one more time and got broke, stopped out at break even. But overall, this is a really nice trade. I might frame this one as well, but yeah, I was really happy with my execution on this one today, and it was all based on the higher time frame. So kudos to my man Eamon again.
Well, let's take a look at it. I mean, it wasn't actually a bad one. We had a double top on the daily chart, red candlestick on Friday, which is good. And yep, there was a nice level on the hourly chart. Resistance, 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 support, support. So yep, really good level. Nice fake breakout. You're right. Fake ABCD pattern at this stage. And I love the 1 minute chart. This is the 1 minute chart. We were in an advancing phase. We went to the upside. We pulled back, tried to make the continuation, broke it by a penny, literally by a penny, almost nothing, and instantly failed. Good
Instantly.
short, lower
Yeah.
high, good add, and then you simply rode it to the down. So that was amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
Good trade.
Yeah.
Guys on
Those
YouTube,
hi
what did you trade?
those
Yeah.
higher time frames, honestly, like you need to do them. Like after like I've honestly read your book about well, I completed it once and now I'm halfway through it again. And like being a scalper, like I know I've said this 1,000 times, but I always used to just use the 1, the 5, and the 15. But you need to use the 30 and the hourly because it really just gives you a really bigger picture of where the price is sitting. And today was a perfect example of it. It came right up to that 113. It was like I think 72 or something and just rejected right away. And then boom, I got in it. So if you guys don't have his book, make sure you do it. It's not free anymore, but it's worth the investment.
Yeah, well, I put it for free for like 5 days. Whoever grabbed it, good job. We announced it everywhere. But for now, back to small fee on it. I mean, it's not that expensive to be fair. It's like $9 ebook, and it has years and years of experience summarized in it. So it will help you survive a lot of traps, will help you catch bigger moves, will help you select the one stock out of the 10 that you're watching. So good read in my opinion. Say it traded Apple. I actually was watching Apple as well today for a long. I love the weekly chart. Clearly sitting at the high of the weekly range with a bullish candle around here, which told me that this week we could rip higher. Then I took a look at the daily chart, and the daily chart made a nice bull flag or a nice ABCD pattern around here. So I expected a continuation. And then I took a look at the 60-minute chart, and the 60-minute chart was also screaming along. Nice ascending triangle setup, low, higher low, higher low, higher low, with a flat level of resistance. So that was a nice breakout. The only downside is that it broke during the pre-market, pulled back during the pre-market, continued during the pre-market. And the market open candlestick was too big. So did not meet my rules on it. So I did not end up trading it. Felt like I missed the whole day. But then SPCX came. And this is the thing, by the way, about trading. I was talking about it when I was trading live with Peak Capital. And I told them that when I share my trades, a lot of traders are saying, I mean, your trades are amazing, you catch really good moves, you are good with your selection, but they don't really know how many trades I do not trade, how many trades I let go without me, because the move just happened without me and I didn't manage to get a good entry on it, or the risk to reward is not looking good. So we were looking at Apple, we were planning a trade on it, we were mentioning the areas that could bounce from, the areas where it could break from, and we were waiting for it, and then it opens and it just runs. That's it. It's gone without me. No FOMO. Not gonna play it long here. Not gonna play it long here. I mean, if I miss it around here, that's it. And what does that mean? Either no trade day, either maybe a trade on something else if something sets up. And I had SPCX, which was amazing. It gave the setup, and that one was a good 1 minute open range breakout. I'm looking for another trade right now since we have two bullets or one more bullet after the winner. So if we find something interesting, we can definitely take a trade on it. USMC is saying, what is the three candlestick pattern? It's not three candlestick pattern. Three candlestick, it's three candlestick rule. It means that you should not take a trade on the third consecutive candlestick. And if a stock made three candlesticks in a row, you want to wait for a pullback before the continuation. That's it, USMC.
Chris Max, same happens with me as a scalper. Believe it or not, if it doesn't hit my entry, I don't take it. Every scalp has an entry. And honestly, I think that just comes with time. Like as a newer trader, you feel like you just need to trade all the time. You need to get in on it. You don't need to, right? There's so many different tickers to watch. If it misses your entry, it doesn't hit your criteria, just honestly click off the chart and don't even look at it anymore because you're just gonna, the FOMO is gonna, it's gonna get into your subconscious mind and you're gonna have to, you think that you need to be in the trade. You don't need to. If you miss it, it's just like missing a bus on the street. If the bus drives by you, You don't want to be that crazy guy that's running on the side of the bus, pounding on the glass and telling him to open the door. It's like, no, just let the bus go. There'll be another one that comes in 10 minutes, and then you get on that bus. And it's the same kind of analogy. Just go look at a different trade, go look at a different ticker, something else on your watch list, and wait for your setup. Chasing things is very dangerous over the long term. Like you can get lucky a couple times as a newer trader, but it just really skews your numbers over the long term. You've been doing it for 7 years, yeah. Eamon, do you do the three candles method on a 5 minute chart?
Literally
I
on
think
every single time frame out there, Trader 77. I do it on the 560. Daily is okay. I mean, if it's three candlestick, but it's mainly it's usually on all the time frames that I have. Um, 15 should be within one or two. 60 should be within one or two. 5 should be within one or two, and then time the entry.
what was that low float that Andrew was trading? I didn't even I don't even remember what it was.
AGN,
AGN, is that what it was? AGN.
I think yes, it is.
Oh, AGN, yeah. Like for him to make 100 grand, like how many shares do you think he actually took on that? Like, do you think he was in like 15,000 shares? Like that is insane. And it was a nice 5 minute opening range breakup too. Like he got in on the candle when I think it
Should be more than that.
was
50,000 shares maybe.
I think he got in on the hammer after like 946 as it broke up out of that range, that red
Mhm.
hammer. I think that's where he got in and then just what a trade. Honestly, that guy is just such an animal. It's it's fun to watch him. And that's the thing, like if you have a smaller account or just like because I really try I try not to trade these low flows because when I first started trading, they really did a number on my live account. And so I really don't trade these that much anymore. So just watch Andrew do it. Like if you're in the BBT chat room, just watch it. Just grab some popcorn and just enjoy the show. Because personally, like I don't do it. I know Eamon sometimes trades these if the setup's there, but I just don't touch them anymore. But it's fun to watch. I'll give him credit. He's the gift that keeps giving. Like that's why you got to get inside the BBT chat room so you can watch him trade live every day because it's so fun to watch.
Yeah, I never trade low floods. Not my type of stocks. Can't trade them.
Yeah.
Won't trade them. But I enjoy watching them. I enjoy seeing how Andrew trades them, how much money he makes on them. But I know that I'll lose more on it. I'll literally give away months of profits on one single trade on a low float. It's going to
Yeah.
affect me psychologically, but to be honest, I don't think that I'm going to give months of profits back because even if I trade a stock like AGN, I'll be using my risk management rules. I'll be double clicking where I want my stop loss to be. This is my entry, for example. That's a 50-cent stop loss. It will calculate my risk to reward ratio, and then I'll be going for 3 to 1 or 4 to 1. So the same money that I'll make on AGN is going to be the same money that I'm going to be making on Apple. I'm not going to be going heavier on a stock because it's cheaper, but for Andrew, it's a little bit different. Andrew has a unique risk management system. He doesn't
Mm.
use the risk calculation system that most of us around here are using. On some stocks, he's going to be going heavier. On some stocks, he's going to go lighter on, and it's his style. He knows when to go heavier. He knows when to slow down, and that works well with him. And he removed the stock. I don't think he moved this stock. This stock literally had a million shares traded per minute, maybe 700, 600. Yeah, around an average of 800,000 shares traded per minute. So even if he took like 20, 30,000 shares, he would not have moved it by anything.
It just hurts to see a trade climb through the roof knowing you could have retired your whole bloodline with it. Yeah, I mean that's one way to look at it. There's no doubt about it, but I wouldn't don't think like that too much because then that one day you're gonna pull the trigger and you're gonna do your max buying power and you're gonna blow your account. Just
And
be
then
careful with
your
that.
and then your
Go
whole
ahead.
bloodline is going to end up being poor.
Exactly.
Ruining the future of a whole bloodline simply because of a YOLO trade.
Yeah, based off of age gen. Yeah. Yeah, just be careful with that thought process. But I hear you. And it's hard not to think that way, obviously, when you're seeing these kind of things every single day. But that's the importance of what Eamon says as well, right? Like you risk the same amount on every single trade. Your outcome is going to be pretty much the same. regardless if it's a low float or if it's a $500 stock, right? So just be careful. What do you guys think about using a trade copier versus increasing your call margin? Um, Eamon, I'll let you hit that one. I don't use a trade copier, or I don't. Well, I use margin. There's no doubt about that, but I don't use a trade copier.
Well, I have no idea what trade copier is.
I know inside of like Top Step, like you can have multiple funded accounts,
Oh, I
and then
see. So
you
you're
copy
talking about
trade.
funded accounts. You're talking about funded accounts, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. Yeah, you need to use a trade copier rather than using more margin in your account to risk more. Because funded accounts, they give you a fixed amount of loss per account. Let's say it's $2,000 per account. That's what trading terminal uses. And some people want to risk, let's say, $1,000 per trade. But you know that there is no trade that's going to give you a 100% win rate. Sometimes you are going to take two, three, four, sometimes even five steps. So if your risk is big, say even $500, and if you have an edge, even a working edge, even an edge that's working, an edge that's making you money in the long run, without giving your account the room to breathe, you're not going to let that stock breathe, right? So what do you want to do? You probably want to buy maybe 3 accounts or 400 accounts, and rather than risking, for example, $500 per trade on one funded account, you risk somewhere around $100 per account. You'll have 20 attempts on it. And if the edge is working in the long run, you're definitely going to be making some money. So you link all of them and you end up having the exact same dollar risk that you wanted to have, but on 5 separate accounts, copying the exact same trade. So yeah, it's good. That's definitely the way to do it if you're using funded accounts. And if you are using a system that's working. If the system is not working, you're just going to blow up 5 accounts. And that's going to cost you a lot.
And you're gonna make your bloodline poor. Um, Somebody asked, "What is this, Joshy? What's my advice for someone?" Yeah, I mean, Amy kind of nailed it on the funded account, but this is always my advice to everybody: is just like you get to $2,000 a drawdown, try and build your buffer, right? Go to bearbulltraders.com/funded, and you can see everyone who's in the funded account and how they've been successful. There was another $10,000 payout today. I think her name was Sandy, or his name was Sandy, but. Um, Yeah, like for me, like I got, my strategy was pretty honed in at that point, and I went 27 green days straight. And then after that, I upped my risk. And that was how was able to, get a maximum payout, is because I had a smaller risk to start. And then when I built some consistency over those 30 days, in the second month, I upped my risk about 20%, I think it was. And then like there's no doubt about it. Like a couple days I got really lucky, like at a couple $1,000 days. But once you get up to that $10,000 mark, um, it's like psychologically, you've kind of banked that money, so you can kind of play around with it. And that's where I think I mismanaged my risk management on my last funded account, because I was risking more than I should have. And then when I took that money that Andrew gave me and I rolled it into my real account, I would say I had some bad habits. And that hurt me when I went live, is because I was trading incorrectly at the end of my funded account because I was chasing that first place person. So use the same risk every single day. My ego got in the way because I wanted to beat that first place trader, like I've said 1,000 times, and I don't want to bore you guys with it, but yeah, just build yourself a nice buffer. Just to your question, build a buffer, and then use the equalized risk throughout the whole thing, and then get a payout, because you're allowed to do three funded accounts. So the first one, if you make 3,500 bucks or whatever it is, great. Roll that into another funded account, and then do the same thing. And if you feel confident in your strategy, then up your risk a little bit more, and you can try and shoot for that $10,000. So just be careful with it, and just remember it's an educational tool at the end of the day, right? So you don't want to just go in there max buying power and try and just make $10,000 in a week, because it won't last over the long term. And use me as an example. Like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I lost like 4 or 5 trades in a week, right? Because I'm in my real account now, and you know, psychologically, like if you're going 5,000 shares, it's a lot. So if you guys have any questions, email me, Kyle at Bearable Traders. I won't go too much more in the funded account, but are you looking at any trades right now, Eamon? Anything setting up for you?
No, not really. I'm just looking at some different stocks on my second monitor, and no, there is nothing that is setting up at the moment, sadly. I don't know.
Me neither.
Doesn't
It's a
feel
bit too
like
early, right?
it's it's too early for and too late at the same time, right? Depending on
Yeah.
what you're looking at. Yeah. So I have no idea, to be fair. Apple looks interesting if it double bottoms around this retest area. Yeah, Apple looks interesting because we did break all-time high. Now we're selling off and we're retesting the all-time high to the penny. So that's actually a parabolic reversal trade around here, a reverse parabolic reversal trade. But at this time of the day, I do not go for V moves. I need the double bottom on the 5-minute chart. So probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes, might end up trading it. Not now though. Turzai wants us to take a look at pins. What do we have in pins? So weekly looks good for a long, daily looks okay for a long. 60-minute chart is ugly. 60-minute chart is in a channel. We're in the middle of it, maybe even the upper half of it. So I think this is more bearish than bullish. Not looking good for a long play. And it's not ready for a short play yet. Alex is an oracle. Partially on it. I guess you played the reversal. If you did, well done. Baby bear saying I use.
What did
Mhm.
Trump say about the Strait of Hormuz? He opened it today without Iran giving it the green light. Is that what he did? That guy's he's losing his mind, Trump. Good Lord.
I mean, you can say that you opened it and you are allowing the ships to go through, but it doesn't mean that they are going to move in without being bombed, right? It's like
Yeah.
the door is being, I don't know, like the road is being bombed every few seconds. No, no, it's open. I allow everyone to pass through. I mean, it's not open if it's dangerous, right? But it's been like that for a long time. Trump says it's open, Iran says it's closed, and we get that over and over and over. But if you take a look at the traffic around the Hormuz, you can clearly see that Iran says it's fully closed, but it's closed because yesterday, Sunday, how many vessels or ships went through the strait? 6. Literally the lowest amount in the last 5 weeks. So you can say it's opened, but you can clearly see that no ships are going through it.
Wow.
That doesn't sound like open to me.
Like he's either one of the smartest guys ever, like because is he just manipulating the market whenever he does this thing? Like he knows what he's doing, drops it, all of his buddies make some money. Like look at the SPY at 10:15 when that tweet came out, boom. Like it dropped what, like $2 just off of that one tweet. He's so powerful. It's almost sad, but anyways, no politics here. Get back into trading
Oh,
here.
look, you can make money, use it. Yeah, I bet that if anyone can manipulate the market one way or another, they are going to do it.
100%. Yeah.
No matter how good
Well,
we are, we're going to do it if we can do that.
well, apparently he's made more, like he made a lot of money in real estate,
Mm.
obviously. Like I know his dad gave him a lot of money out of the gates. Like he's been bankrupt 3 or 4 times because he does it for tax advantages, but apparently he's made more money like not insider trading, but trading the market. Like all of his money managers he makes more money now than he ever did before. It's just nuts. But oh well, what are you gonna do? Smile and continue to watch the show. Um,
I mean, I'm just doing small
exactly.
research.
Yeah, Ryan
Uh,
knows exactly. In the chat room, did that post need to be made? No. So that just tells you something. 100%. Yeah. Sorry, Eamon, go ahead. I cut you off.
yeah, I said this. I went now and did a small quick research to see how many ships went through the strait today. It's it's 0 so far for today.
Zero.
Yeah,
Do they
yeah.
still have to pay the $1 million to go through? Is that still part of his thing?
Officially, no. Officially,
Okay.
they say that they don't have to pay, but they are getting paid for it. And the clean example is that ship that tried to pass through and then it got bombed and or they tried to hit it, and apparently they just transferred the $2 million to scammers, the wrong crypto
Okay.
account. So they're not announcing it that there are any tolls, but probably there are.
Hmm.
And the
Interesting.
interesting part, because right now we also have this announcement that the ships are going to be passing through the strait safely by the help of the US fleet. But those ships will have to pay something for security. So in one way or another, if you think about it, you either need to pay the US the tolls to pass through the strait, or you have to pay Iran the tolls to pass through the strait. So still not a good thing for the oil prices, right? Because it's not free, and someone will have to pay for it. And obviously, the company is not going to pay for it. The one who is going to
We
pay for these tolls is the customer.
is us. Yep.
Exactly.
That's how it goes. Uh, Chris, why are you not a mod? You control the chat. That needs to be rectified. I'm a mod.
Yeah,
I'm a
he's
moderator
moderator.
inside
Oh, wait.
Airport.
Oh, he mean on YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah,
how do
why
you?
are you not a mod?
I don't know how to do that. I think
Uh,
actually Andrew made me one, but I don't
on
know.
YouTube?
Yeah, I don't know how to change that, honestly. We can chat about that later, but
Yeah,
what does it give you?
nothing. Just deleting
Oh, just
messages,
deleting things.
banning people. It gives you some power.
Some power. Yeah. No, I actually think Andrew made me one, but I'm signed into I guess my personal account. I see.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, you need to be
That's the
assigned through the
issue.
BBT.
Okay, noted. I'll fix that later. Like a night.
Power of banning.
I don't want to ban you guys. We actually have such a good chat in here too. Like I think it's very rare that we actually ban people or delete comments.
Well, I think Apple is going to be the stock that will end up trading. I like how low it went. Already $7, not a single pullback. So it gives us some sort of a double bottom or a bottoming price action around the 200 or around the previous day close. I could end up taking this trade. Not sure if it's going to give us the setup during the YouTube session, probably during the chat room session, but we'll see. I'll wait for it to set before we end up trading it.
I mean, what was your rule on Apple again? Like, why didn't you take it? Just because the pre-market didn't reject, or because it just took off too quick?
First of all, it took off during the pre-market. This was the area that I was looking at. There it is, the 60-minute consolidation area. But it ended up breaking during the pre-market. Right? But that's okay. If the stock breaks during the pre-market, I need to see it pulling back into the previous consolidation area, hold it, and play it after the bounce. But the bounce also happened during the pre-market,
Hmm.
right? And then it just started going higher also during the pre-market. That was basically the main issue with it.
Okay.
And that's probably why I did not end up playing it. At the
With the
open, it did
yeah.
instantly go up, but I have rules. I have the most flexible rules or the highest, yes, accuracy trades when the stock is opening within a range and either fake breaks and recovers or just breaks the range. But if the price breaks during the pre-market, I play the retest, but the retest, I need to enter at the beginning of the retest, which is here, not
Hmm.
at the end of the retest, which has happened here. So this one just did not meet my entry criteria. If we go to SPCX, this one met my rules. I have the range, I have the fake break, I have the recovery. Like textbook, A plus, doesn't get any better than that. Played it short, put my stop loss and rode it all the way to the downside. There was no option to add the break of the range because that's one, that's two, that's three, and that would be breaking my three candlestick rule. So three was a candlestick where I started at least taking small partials.
Love that. What was SpaceX's IPO price was 135, right?
Yes.
Or was it was,
It's
hey?
not the
Yeah.
open. It's not the open. It's the price that it was supposed to open at, right? But it obviously opened at 150.
150, that's right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
the
it's just
IPO
coming
price was
back down to earth
135.
a little bit, hey? Yeah.
Yeah, there are over there is over 1 million shares at 135 sitting down there. And
Okay.
that is a really important level because a lot of traders who wanted to get the pre-IPO price or the IPO price, those who got the shares before it went public, they got it at 135 and now they are in the money. But once the price goes all the way to 135 and below that, that's where they will be losing money. So once it goes below that area, that's where it could actually sink. I wouldn't say sink so far, maybe to 120, 125, maybe 115, but 135 is a key level. As long as we're sitting above 135, it's still good. Investors are good. People who got their shares pre-IPO are also good. Below 135, that's where it's going to have some trouble, and we're actually going to see some good volatility. And I feel that it is headed there. Today, tomorrow, it's headed there. Pattern-wise, this thing is really weak. We're at the lowest area since the open at 150, right? And that's the first day after the breakdown. It's either going to hit it tomorrow or today. It could be hitting it today. Looking at these candlestick sizes on the daily chart, we're still at small candlestick like this, but it could make bigger moves. So it has it, and it could be hit today. If we reach 135 today, I expect a bounce, a good reversal from 135. But if we close around 138, 137 today, and we reach 135 tomorrow, I could expect a big dump on it.
Kicks, you're watching NVDS. Have a look here. NVDS.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Consolidating a little bit. Are you going to go short on it? What do you think? NVDS.
NVTS doesn't look short to me, at least on the daily. Doesn't look short on the hourly. We rejected this area multiple times. 8th of July a couple times and today as well. So I don't know. So far, it doesn't look short to me. Let's take a look at the 1 minute chart on it. Or 2 minute chart. We had a huge volume here around this area, 1265, which is this area. It rejected it on huge volume. So even if it makes it to the low of the day, I don't expect it to sell off. But pattern-wise, it looks weak.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't touch it, honestly. Again, I've had such a good day. I'm not going to take any trades. I do have the old one bullet in the chamber, but sometimes I'm just afraid I'm just going to shoot myself in the leg with it. So maybe I'll just save it. Can you bring your bullets to the next day? Do you ever carry your bullets to the next day?
No, I
No,
don't
I
do
know.
that.
I'm just
Look,
kidding.
I have an adding system. I have an adding system that's called a parlay. You're
Parlay.
familiar with this term? Basically,
Just from Pirates of the Caribbean. That's the only.
well, close enough works. Anyway, so basically, you take your gains from the first bet and you bet it all on the next bet. So let's say that you are betting on something, you are $100, you make $200. The next bet you risk $200, basically, including the gains or the gains from the previous bet. It's same thing with day trading. If you risk $100 and you make, for example, $400, the next trade you could risk $400 to make 4 to 1, which is $1,600. Total
Oh, I
is going to
like
be
that.
16 hours. The total is going to be 16 hours. Exactly. Play with the house money. That's it, Mitch. And initially, if you think about it, your risk is 100 to make 1,600. This system is proven to be working well in the long run. But what is the downside of this system? Probability game. You need 2 winners in a row. That is the only downside. Now, what is your probability of having 2 winners in a row? Your win rate. If you have a 30% win rate, your probability of having 2 winners in a row is 9%. So your losers are going to increase, but the gains are going to be really big. and overall, in the long run, it's more profitable. But this system should be implemented only if your win rate is above 30. Less than that, not worth it much. And if your winner is over 3 hours, it's really not worth making 2 hour per trade and then parlaying it to make 4 hour when you can make 4 hour in one single trade.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Wow,
and I
can't believe
explain.
I've never thought of that. Is that in your book?
Should be.
I think it is. Yeah. Now you're talking about it, I'm like, I think I have actually read this before.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Alex said it. Chapter
yeah.
4.3 in the book. And by the way, guys, if you did not buy the book, like I told you, there are a lot of nice tricks in it. So take a look at it. Link in the chat.
Did you get any more reviews while you were gone when it was free? I
Oh
was
yeah, there
mentioning
there were a couple of
to the
reviews. So thank you guys, by the way.
I said to the chat, if you're getting it for free, at least give them a 5-star review.
Well, that works.
Hey, you got to pay for it some way.
Yeah. No audiobook yet. Not yet. Sometime in the future, yes. But guys, getting these R's is realistic. A lot of people are saying that it is impossible to make big R's. Some people were telling me, Ayman, it is you keep saying that you're making consistently 4 or 5 hours and that doesn't work. I'll show you just normal people. These are people who are either my mentees or people who bought the course or people who bought the books. And you could see how many hours they're making per trade. 2.5 for Val, 6 hours for Harvey. Demir, I'm sure he's making around 4 to 5 hours. 5.6 hours for Joe. 4 to 1 trader guy. 5.5 for me. 3.4 for Joe. Right, so a lot of traders, not me, just traders, normal traders like you are around here. They are making these big R's consistently. All you need to focus on is good entry. Ideally with one single ad, but even the ad is not important. Just good entry, early entry, as close as possible to the level of support, and you are hitting this 4 or 5.
Yeah, he is an amazing trader. He's inside the BBT chat room. He always shares his trades. He's doing really good.
Honestly, there are a lot of good traders, but some of them are just too quiet. For example, Tom Harshman. He is or he used to be one of my mentees, not anymore. But he has one of the cleanest PNL curves you've ever seen. I'll show it to you right now. Let me just open his PNL curve. So this is Tom's PNL curve. Does it get any better than this? Look at this. Beautiful move. This is from January till May. Really small drawdowns are flat. This is like so clean, so neat. These are the days. Yes, he has the red days, but look at these red days. Small red days. And look at the green days. Big green days. This is the way to do it. Tom Harshman is amazing. Samer is amazing trader as well. I love how Samer trades. Look at these patients. One short, one ad, exit at 138. Really great patience. Demir is also amazing. Demir got paid out from the funded account 2 times, and this is probably his third time that he's going to get paid out of it. So he's also, I mean,
10,000?
yeah, he did get the $10,000 from the funded account, and the second time was $6,000, and this is, I think, his third time, if I'm not wrong. So there are a lot of good traders around here, but
Amazing.
Harvey is really active. He's a good trader. He's active.
Yeah. He always trades SNDK. That's like one of his favorite tickers, Mr. Harvey.
Harvey loves this DKS. Let's get back to Apple. Oh, so Apple did hold the level that we've marked, but probably just by V reversal. I don't like that. I wanted to play Apple to the long side, but not for V. This time of the day, only double bottoms. It doesn't mean that it's reversed, by the way. I could still trade it. If it goes slightly to the upside, maybe to the 9, maybe slightly above it, comes back down, hold or fake breaks and recovers, I'm going to trade it. I don't think that's going to happen during the YouTube session because it needs one more 5-minute candlestick to the upside, then 5-minute candlestick to the downside, then an engulfing. Probably going to happen after 12.
Sorry, that was on Apple?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, got you. Sorry.
Baby Bear is asking how long would you have to hold the trade to get the 5 hours? Not so long. It depends on your entry. Sometimes just a few minutes. If I trade an open range breakout, it usually takes 5 minutes to 10 minutes to get these 5 hours for 5 hours. Later during the day, exact same 5 hours would take you longer. An hour maybe. 30 minutes because the price action is slower later during the day. Hello Killer, you get access to that channel by buying one of the two courses they have on trading terminal. Either the multiple time frame, either the extreme reversal. And by the way, if you use the promo ATR40, you get 40% discount. And when I took Apple long, thanks to your book and your strategy, I sent you an email on it. Okay, I think I received one email. Was it you, Mike? I'm not sure if it is you. El Patrons. I still did not respond to it though.
What's SKHY doing? It's SKHY.
Yeah, I'll get to it today.
Oh yeah, there she goes. 33 million shares traded. I think I might have to add this to my watch list. This thing's getting traded.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a
a
nice one to
lot,
trade.
eh?
I already added
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I already added it, and I think it's going to be clean. Yeah, so Mike, he traded Apple. I still didn't go to that email, but he got an entry slide around the pre-market at the breakout area. Remember I said this thing broke during the pre-market, which was a disappointment? I did mention that you can trade the breakouts after 9 a.m. It doesn't really need to be after the market open, but when you open stocks during the pre-market, make sure that it's liquid, not spready, and that you're going to survive the pullbacks. That's what they did. Played it at 9, survived the pullback, and then rode the trend. That was amazing. Because if you waited for the market open to get the entry, you would have probably missed it. The pop-up was really big and fast. Joe managed to time it actually within the very first minute after the market open. There it is. You see? So the moment it cleared, he was quick enough to get it. And that gave him like 3.6, right? Yeah, 3.4 within 1 minute. Just to answer the question, how long does it take you to make 5 hours?
Yeah.
It depends. At the open, it's usually so quick, especially if you manage to get a good entry and a good stop loss. Could get 5 hours within 4 minutes. But you do not want to chase the stock after it made a big move.
What is the deal with this SKH? What is this? SK.
SK Hynix. It's
Yeah.
Korean memory stock.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I mean, chip company, the DRAMs, Nandi. I think, if I'm not wrong, it's the second after Samsung.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So I'm really curious to see if the money is, it's the first, so it's the second after Samsung. Anyway, I think it would be interesting to see if we're going to get some money flowing from MU to SK Hynix. Would make some sense.
My God. I'm thinking I'm taking a small short. I did it 2 minutes ago on Intel. Just a
Yeah.
small little one. Let's go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just about to answer Aurora's question. She asked, "How do you know how long Demir has been trading?" I started working with Demir like 4 years ago, and when I worked with when I started working with him, he's been trading for like 1 year back then, so probably around 5 years. Oh no, wait, I worked with Demir around 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years, and back then he was trading for 1 year, so around 4 years.
And he's the one with the nice equity curve? No, that's Tom.
No,
No, not
Demir is the one
Demir.
who is trading with the funded account.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got
Yeah,
it.
the payout.
I finished my last one on Friday. 5 grand. Same thing we talked about.
Good job.
Yeah. So
Good
that's it.
job.
Now I ride off into the sunset. Now it's all live trading.
Well, that's it. You have the money,
Yeah.
right?
Don't reject a 9. Don't do it. My average is 104.75. Reject a 9. Please don't close up. Okay. Yes. You traded in P Capital today?
Yes,
Right on.
was an interesting session. Top is asking, when you say you made favor, can you explain what was your actual risk? Top tip, my R is $250. It's always 250, sometimes 300. I mean, I'm flexible about it, not so strict to the T. So when I risk $250 and I said that I made 5 Rs, it means 1,250. But my share size is different depending on my risk, on my stop loss. So if my stop loss is 50 cents, for example, I'll be taking 500 shares. If my risk is 20 cents, I'll be taking 1,250 shares. So when we say Rs, it's just the dollar risk per trade. How many shares are taken? It depends on the distance between the entry and the stop loss.
Oops.
I use the 9 and
Oops.
20 EMAs and 50 and 200 SMAs.
Mine are the exact same. Yeah.
Yeah, I think most of the people at BBT are using the exact same moving averages. 9, 20 EMA, 20, 200 SMA. Said I like Apple for a long. Definitely like it for a long. I'm watching for a double bottom. I don't want to go for a V reversal. So if it gives a second bottom before the continuation, I'll probably trade it. If it just V reverses, then it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Top tip. So when you say 5 hours, it's like fixed dollar risk.
Natter Butter, can you see your P&L per trade, not just per ticker? I'm not too sure the answer to that. I don't think so.
No, no, you can't.
N-
You cannot.
No, I don't think so.
You could do that if you export your trades. Look, if you open the dash trader, then you go to, I forgot where you should go. I think you need to go to trade and then trades. Yeah, dash trader, trades. It will show you your trades with the entry, exits, and stop loss and share size. If you export it to online trading software, it's going to show you how much you lost on one single trade, how much you made it on the second one. But specifically on dash trader opening, for example, trades or positions, it's not going to show you how much you made on every single trade separately. The journal is going to do that. Uh, I don't take only one ticker per day. Sometimes I take two trades a day, sometimes three at the same time. For example, on Monday, I took two trades
Oh,
and
yes.
I lost 2.5 hours in one single day. So I played Microsoft to the long side and I got subbed out. Where was it? And
Oh
Tesla,
my
yeah.
God. Oh,
I see Tesla and
that,
Microsoft. I literally lost within 3 minutes, two trades. What happened, Kyle? Are you in a trade?
oh yeah. I just had a great little move on Intel there. I got in at 11:50. I held it all the way to the 9 here.
Good
Just
job.
taking
I
a
mean, nice sell off on it.
I'm gonna target. I took a little bit off there. I took 50% off. Got about $1 move there. I'll hold it for the low of the day here, see what happens. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I think it could make it. Doesn't look bad.
Okay. The SPY's not rolling over, but
Hmm.
it's definitely moving lower here. The Qs are selling off too. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good
Q
job.
selling off SPY. Thank you. Well, we didn't get to five. I think while you were gone, we only did one giveaway. Our likes are down ever since you came in, or ever since you left us.
Guys, let's prove that the likes went down because I left now. Like it so that I feel good. Hamid is saying how many trades you take per day on average? It's one or two trades. It's so rare that I take 3 trades a day. Most of the time, one or two. Because there are days where I take nothing as well. My maximum
Um,
loss is like 2.5 hours only. What video about my hair, Chris? Was there any video that I missed? I bet Peter did something. Or Kyle.
no, we actually made some a nice picture. We actually took the let me see if I'll share it with you. We took the photo of your baby drinking the coffee, and we were talking about how he looked like he was a member of the Sopranos, so we just used AI and put it around that, but nothing to do
Oh,
with your hair. Yeah.
okay, I see that. I see that. That's actually interesting.
I'll send it to you in Telegram after.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but how
Chris,
does it get extra likes?
Intel 103.80, there's 15,000 shares, so I'm gonna hold it a little bit longer here. It is bouncing. My average is 104.50, so if it pushes through the 9 here, it could be trouble, but we'll see what happens. I took 50% off already, so it's a risk-free trade at this point.
And I'm still waiting for Apple to set up. Could set up probably in the next 15 minutes or might not even set up. So while we're waiting for it, I guess we'll continue trading it in the chat room. For now, guys, we will be calling it a day as we get closer to the 12 p.m. Eastern session. If you guys have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearabletraders.com or kyle@bearabletraders.com. Good to be back. You'll see me here supporting Kyle and Kyle supporting me every single day, 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll talk to you tomorrow, guys. See ya.
Cheers,
Thank
guys.
you, Kyle.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Thank you, Evan. Bye.